Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome to Lords for the final time this season, sadly, for our Middlesex game, the County Championship. Division 2 fixture against Gloucestershire will be the farewell for the season to the home of cricket. For Middlesex, you're watching the live enhanced stream from Middlesex County Cricket Club in association with Daffabet, and as you can see at the bottom of the table, the visitors Gloucestershire, they've won the toss, and they have elected to bowl under cloudy skies. A few smiles there in the middle, no surprise, really. A bit gloomy this morning, the floodlights are on, there's grass left on. Middlesex looking for a result. It's a Kookaburra round here at Lords, and it is one where Middlesex are very much hoping for victory. News of the games elsewhere, Yorkshire and Sussex have both won the toss and elected to bowl in their games this morning. Middlesex put in here by Gloucestershire. So a massive session for the Division 2 promotion positions coming up, you would fancy. Here come our umpires for the match. The hirsute, very hirsute. Umpire Baldwin on the right there, umpire Harris on the left. And here come the Gloucestershire team heading out to the middle, with Mark Stoneman and Sam Robson leading the way out to the middle for Middlesex. And yeah, this should be a tricky morning this morning. It'll be all eyes on the first couple of overs, though. What will this pitch play like with a Kookaburra ball? 335 hit here by Sam Northeast, a record score by an individual in a game at Lords, which was followed by the highest Middlesex scored at Lords in reply. It was a pretty dull affair in that sense, first game of the season. It wasn't much fun up at Yorkshire last week. And of course, Gloucestershire at home to Northamptonshire, well, they never really got to test it throughout the whole game because it was abandoned. Frustratingly for all. I'm Kevin Hand. Tom Ford's alongside me in the commentary box for this one. 19 points. Middlesex sit behind leaders Sussex. And then in third spot, it's Yorkshire. 1 point behind Middlesex. So a draw at Yorkshire last week. Gloucestershire looking for their first win since the second week of May, when they beat Northamptonshire, the team where that match was abandoned last week down in Bristol. So, Sam Robson on strike to begin. Well, up at Yorkshire, pressured position in reply for Middlesex after Yorkshire racked up the runs first time. 601 for 6 they got. Johnny Bairstow blasting a century at Headingley to lead the way, but Robson leading the response for Middlesex and ensuring that that was going to be nothing more than a tame draw. Now here's Singdale from the pavilion end. He's got 3 slips in place. There's a backward point, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, deep square and long leg. And Singdale beat right arm over the wicket. Rapid opening bowler. There's the Kookaburra, first side of it. Much brighter red and the darker cherry that's the Duke's ball. Look at that seam position first up as well. Bolts upright to begin. And he's bowled in, first ball of the match. It nips back down the slope and Robson's gone. Well, we had a look at that seam. He's hit it and he's hit the top of off a middle stump, and Singdale starts the match in the perfect way for Gloucestershire. Sam Robson has to make his way back. Golden duck, first ball of the match for Robson. The opener's peril, and here it is, angling back in, and boom, look at that go off the seam. Well, Middlesex wanted grass left on this surface. They know they need a result in this game. They've lost a big toss here and they've lost their opener, Sam Robson. He's gone for a duck. And Middlesex, well, that'll bring Max Holden, their former opener, out to the middle. With quite the start for the visitors here at Lords. Middlesex 0 for 1. So Singdale, there's a little chat from Mark Stoneman. Has a look at him. Eyes him up. He's rapid, he's skiddy, and he's got that one to go off the length. There's the scene at Lords. It's a bit gloomy. It's not too chilly today. There's a bit of a wind, but it's not cold. So Max Holden it is who comes out to the middle. That Middlesex side, well, we've got a moment before Holden takes his first ball. It's Robson, Stoneman, Holden, Deploy, Higgins, Davies, De Carey's is in, so 2 spinners for Middlesex, De Carey's and Holman. Roland Jones, Helm and Brooks. So there's no Noah Cornwell, which means Higgins will likely do a little bit of work against the county. He left Lords 4 before coming back. Bristol and back again for Higgins. 3 slips and a gully where they tempted for more after that seam movement down the slope that we just saw to the right-handed Robson. We've got a 7-2 field and Singdale, second ball of the match. Long way forward, Holden. That trigger movement gets his feet going, gets him a long way forward and across, even the bowling right arm over, which you'd fully expect it to be at the moment, but you can well imagine this angle of attack for Singdale here could really change quite dramatically. Around the wicket with that kind of seam movement, angling on those stumps, forcing the batter to play every ball will be an interesting one. Long way forward again to that one, Holden. Oh, it's a beaut. Past the edge. Now Holden will come a long way forward and down the track. I know it's a bad time, maybe it is. I'll replay's possible. If not, don't worry. Just watch the trigger of Holden here. It's interesting against the right hand look. Right arm over. So he's playing at that a long way outside off stump, and obviously coming down the track as he is, getting those feet going, trying to negate the movement. That is just the danger that you end up playing at a line a little bit further away from the off stump that you should. And there we go, inside edge challenged on that one, but he kills the ball into the onside. Well played by Holden. Last ball of the opening over, a wicket with the first ball. Here's Singdale to Holden. Nicely played, right in behind, dabs into the onside, and Holden survives a tricky 5 deliveries from Singdale. The first ball was the trickiest of all. Robson bowls with a ball that's really jacked back, and well, not much you can do about that as an opener other than tuck the bat underneath your armpit and head on off. Back to the pavilion. Frustrating for Robson. Work to do for Stoneman and Holden, but they'd have expected that. Danger of leaving a bit of grass on is that there will be. A little bit of movement out there. There's Jack Davies in the middle. Second right, Luke Holden. Robbie White. And then Ethan Bamber on the far left. You just see Richard Johnson sat down. Sort of like a throne that he has there now, Jono, isn't it? Good viewing position. Alex Fraser, analyst, just peeking his head as well. So you're watching the live stream, live and enhanced here at Lords with Middlesex County Cricket Club, live from Daffabet. I'm Kevin Hand, alongside me is Dom Ford. And Dom, well, this is the danger, isn't it, at the start? It looks as though Price is ready to go already. As you know, they are still orchestrating the field. Yeah, the danger. Early morning at Lords, 10:30 start, Lords, overheads.
Yeah, good morning, everyone, and what a start for the visitors, Gloucestershire.
Nice single touch by Stoneman. He's off the mark first ball, so a bit of a relief for Stoneman, having seen Robson fall first ball.
Yeah, very good toss to win. All eyes, like you say, are going to be on this pitch. There is a nice tinge of green. 10:30 start. Blanket of cloud over Lords this morning as well, so feels like a good one. Good time to be a bowler.
There's the movement from Holden again out of his crease, just a little dab. Tick that scoreboard over, and that's what Middlesex need to do. They've got to put that wicket out of their mind now. Get back It's that plan of batting all morning and ideally batting all day for Mark Stoneman.
And what a start it was as well from Singh Dale. First ball of the match. Not much Robson could have done about that one.
Lovely. Holds its line up the slope. So the slope. So it have the bowling from the nursery ends. The right armour will be bringing it back in with the slope to the left-handed Stoneman, but that one just holding its line across. We're down towards the lower end of the square, which is usually the livelier end of the square over the years, or recent years anyway. The harder, faster end of the square has traditionally been the high end of the square up towards the grandstand, the lower end down towards Old Father Time. We expect to get a little bit more movement off the surface. Perhaps not quite as quick, but a Kookaburra ball in hands. The movement with it, first ball of the match. Throughout that first over for Singh Dale as well. That's a very good leave. A little nod of the head from Stoneman. So watch for that ball coming back in towards that off stump, but confident in the leave.
Well, floodlights are on here at Lord's as well. I don't think there's any threat of rain today. Maybe the odd shower throughout these next 4 days, but we're set pretty fair. But I think these cloudy overheads will be around for most of it.
Onto the hip. Bit of excitement behind the stumps, but right arm around to Stoneman. That was always going over the top of leg. End of the second over, it's 2 for 1. And through that Middlesex side, just 1 or 2 technicals this morning. Yeah, I can do. If we've got time, I've done Middlesex though, so if you wanted to go to Gloucestershire time-wise. Is it? Come back to that shot. He's already running the lot. I'll just go through it without the card. Yeah, okay. So here's Singh Dale. 3 slips and a gully. Dab. Back of the square, it's a leg by actually, there was no bat involved. Holden remains on 1, 3 for 1 it is. So Stoneman on to strike to face Singh Dale for the first time, having watched this man remove his opening partner, Sam Robson. Scintillating delivery it was. Wow, that bounce, pace. Slides across Stoneman down the slope. That really zipped through. Nice pace and bounce.
I think it will be away with the ball this morning. The best time to get some inroads for Gloucestershire, winning the toss to bowl first with this Kookaburra ball under these conditions. And one of the better times of the day to have that Kookaburra ball in hand.
Wow, that was tight. Either end or both ends actually, please mate. Stoneman nearly dabbling at it in the end. See how tight it was to that off stump. No, it was far enough away in the end. Good leave. Looked tighter from behind the bowler's arm at that point there. Not far from the edge of the bat either, just a little wobble in the hand for Stoneman as he weighed up that line. 4 slips behind the former England opener. There's a gully as well. Gloucestershire on the attack. Very good leave again. You wonder how long before Singh Dale will come around the wicket here to Stoneman. We saw that movement. Back into the right-hander if he gets that from around the wicket to Stoneman. Is the want of so many opposing sides nowadays, particularly to Stoneman, to come around the wicket early. It's most left-handers. Glorious drive that. And the first boundary of the match. Stoneman meeting that one. Strong hands pushed through the covers.
Yeah, lovely shot from Stoneman. First boundary of the game. Stood and admired that one. Did the left-hander hold the pose? Pick that gap. They won't mind that at all though, Gloucestershire. They'll want to encourage this drive. Any movement that is there this morning. Get the batters playing. Look for those edge. There's 4 slips in play, waiting for any opportunity.
Good response from Singdale. Just went a little bit too full and was punished by Stoneman. Stoneman managing not to push too hard at that one, just getting into line. Got a replay actually that last one again, please, Annie. That's all right, go for it, go for it. There's those floodlights. A little bit gloomy at the moment. Time of year, obviously a 10:30 start. Try and optimise the daylight hours. Start that a little bit earlier in the day. Sunset well below 8 in the evening now. Manion evening, we were gone long past 7 here at the height of the summer, even early season. And use the feet again from Holden, getting in behind that. Big job for him to do. They've got 3. Got 3 openers at the top of the order with Robson, Stoneman, Holden, pretty much the way you'd like to have it. Yes, it's fine because I heard Thorpe replaying the wicket commentary actually. Sorry, we did give a thumbs up. Okay.
Holden just creeping down the wicket, as we often see from Middlesex's number 3. Just look to put any bowler off their length, negate any movement.
He's going to be 27 in December, born in Cambridge, for England under 19 captain. A Manchester original now and a Dubai capital. First class record of nearly 29 with about 5 centuries and 20 50s. He's got 2 T20 centuries to his name, 7 50s. Challenging that one. Pads solidly together from Holden. 51 up at Headingley, got 25 and 14 at Northants, which is a lively surface at Merchant Taylor's School.
Price just changing that line of attack around the wicket.
Yeah, he made his debut, first-class debut for Northamptonshire, where he was on loan against Loughborough, 2017. A year after Middlesex had claimed the title, he got 19 opening with Rob Newton, 166. Adam Rossington, former Middlesex man as well, 117 in that innings. Stephen Crook, another one with a Middlesex link. There's a bit of bounce. We saw some good pace from Singdale and good carry. It's the first one that's really forced a batter back so far. Price just going shorter, yet banging that in and just about up on his toes to ride the bounce in the end. Holden. Bit of a surprise ball to finish, well bowled from Price. Number 2 from 2 for him on maiden. 7 for 1 Middlesex.
Big job. Oh, Stoneman and Holden under these gloomy skies. The pace of Singdale, who started brilliantly on the money with that huge wicket of Robson. It's much the way in cricket as an opening batter. Sam Robson a century against Yorkshire and a diamond duck in his next innings. It's the way it goes There's an opening batter, and that ball, extravagant movement. Singdale started well, got a good bit of zip and pace.
I like that. That was a beautiful yellow bow tie on display there in the pavilion. Nicely picked up as well. Little pan up to see who was moving, who was sat where. It's a good spot, right behind the bowler's arm. They'll have to sit still, but Mark Stoneman happy with them there. There are some batters who'll want anybody sat in front or indeed behind the sight screen to be moved along. Just full of a length, a little bit of movement, nipping back in to Stoneman. See how much he taps away at the surface. As he saw that first ball of the match really go down the slope from Singdale to Robson. Did this one straighten? Yeah, it did, with a little bit of bounce, a little inside edge as well. So again. Width again, not quite there for the full-blooded drive we saw from Stoneman already. The bat almost closed in his hand as he connected with that one. See the glints of the floodlight on his helmet as well. Prodding away at the surface. Mustn't let that get in his mind. It's going to be a tough one, this. First class average just over 34 for the 37-year-olds. Turned 37 in June. Newcastle born. Oh, that darts through now. After the one that really carried through with a fair bit of bounce. Bracey wrapped by the ball, still on the rise as it hit the gloves. This one here is just skidded off the surface down the slope and dies on the keeper. Let's keep his eye on that one. Fifth ball of the fifth over, 7 for 1 Middlesex. Stoneman on 5, and well, they'll really be thinking, can they bat all day today, try and get themselves into a strong position in this round of matches, see what the Kookaburra's like after an hour, after 10-15 overs. Batting with the Kookaburra usually becomes easier. Will the sun come out at all today? No threat of rain at all, as Dom was saying, but at the moment, not much breaking up in that cloud. A few lighter patches, but no sign of any blue at all. Ooh. It's just slipped away down the slope to finish the over. Bowler slips as well.
Yeah, Singdale coming round the wicket. That last delivery, mentioned earlier, something that bowlers like to do against Mark Stoneman. We saw Ben Sanderson get the opening batter at Merchant Taylor's in the last county championship game, coming round the wicket, nipping one away, and Singdale got that angle, just bringing it into the left-hander, getting it moving away, brings the outside edge into play.
Score update from Grace Road. Yorkshire have reduced Leicestershire 3 for 2 in the game at Grace Road. Here's Bailey on debut. And his first ball in first-class cricket very nearly brings his first wicket, just short. Well, we haven't had a chance just yet to go through the team news for Gloucestershire with 1 or 2 technicals this morning. Apologies, but there you go. That was very, very tight. Now, as it just spilled out of the hands, did he get the fingertips underneath it? No, I think it's just burst the fingertips onto the ground. So close, very nearly. His maiden wicket with his first class ball. And a bouncer. to let Holden know he's in the game. Excellent stuff from Bailey. So no Payne or Taylor in this game for Gloucestershire. Cameron Bancroft, Ben Charlesworth, Oliver Price, Miles Hammond, James Bracey, Graham Van Buren, Tom Price, Safa Gohar, Zaman Akhtar, Ajit Singhdale, and Archie Bailey. Right up there and driven. Well, he produced a peach of a first delivery. Smile on his face. He'll have his tail up. Just over pitching on that one, and Holden happily leaning into it.
Yeah, 19 years of age. Archie George Bailey just turned 19. Birthday at the end of June. Awarded a rookie contract for Gloucestershire at the start of the season. A regular feature in the second 11. He's got his opportunity here today at Lord's.
Lift through to the keeper. Well, early change of bowler. As we were saying, Price replaced by Bailey. That's really found some bounce for the youngster. Just about pulling the bat down inside the line, but good pace, good bounce, plenty of promise. And he gets him to follow that one as well. He's got something going here, Bailey. Middlesex don't have seen too much of the youngster just yet. Northampton born.
Yeah, described as right arm medium, but I'd say he looks a bit quicker than that. That's Bailey.
Who describes him as that?
He's got his tail up here. He's throwing the ball early. I think that's a good move. Get the youngster in the game early on. And he's running in with good rhythm here at HQ.
What a place to make your first class debut. Double to finish the over. A promising one from Bailey. A drop. Well, it didn't quite carry, I don't think. First ball of the over. I think that fingers were never quite underneath it, and then it burst through the fingers on the bounce. But plenty to think about for those two. Interesting change from Price, though. Out of the attack, and Bailey straight away in. 10 for 1 it is.
Yeah, Kev, you mentioned Taylor and David Payne not featuring today. Gloucestershire just securing their spot in T20 finals day, so they're definitely going to have an eye on that. Rest of the big guns, they don't have too much to play for in the Red Bull game for the rest of this season, so give those youngsters a go, and Bailey looks impressive. Does Singhdale as well. Very pacey, got a whippy, slingy sort of action as the fast bowler. That wicket of Robson was Singhdale's 20th in Division 2 this season. '58th first class wicket, formerly of Hampshire. As the 24-year-old made the move to Gloucestershire a couple of seasons ago.
Put up there. Good tumbling stop at mid-off. Graham Van Buren in there. He saved the boundary. They've taken a single though. Yeah, Singhdale only just turned 24 from Slough. One that got away for Hampshire and potentially Middlesex as well then. Though Slough being in Berkshire, but right on the borders. It's nice, right up there. Stoneman was a little wary about that one, just bringing the bat down. It twisted in his hand slightly as he played softly at it. Tentatively just trying to make sure he had bat on ball. Again, went a little bit more hard at that one, Stoneman, and he's going to get 3 for it. But straight at the mid-on fielder is not where that was aimed. Let's have a look again for the front one, please. Again, that bat face just twisting in his hand very much. Inside part of the bat, but this is going to have to be a real Mark Stoneman, determined some nuggety innings. 3 slips and a gully behind Hold'em. That's a beaut from around the wicket from Singhdale. And drawn out of his crease, drawn forward and across because of his trigger movement, which for sure will want to cover those stumps as he does there. Just means he's playing a line that perhaps he can leave alone. 14 for 1, one's come of the over. If you cut to a scoreboard, I'll go through those couple of scores there at the end of the over. That's right. And Langle bat dab into the offside to defend from Hold'em. So 14 for 1 here at Lords. Now, we mentioned it's a 19-point gap to Sussex at the top of the table. Yorkshire a point behind Middlesex, and news of wickets elsewhere. Sussex have put Glamorgan in at Hove, and Glamorgan are 21 for 2. While at Leicestershire, the hosts put in by Yorkshire, they're 3 for 3. Yorkshire just a point behind Middlesex. 2 for Code, 1 for Fisher. Patel and Holland, the openers, falling for ducks. Hill and Rahane. Hill going for 3, Rahane there now. Oh, what a ball that is from Bailey. Goodness me, the youngster. Fully backing up his skipper's decision to throw the ball to him early.
Got a really nice action, does Archie Bailey. Running in with good rhythm, attacking the crease, standing tall in delivery.
That slips out. I'll get a couple here at least. It slips through the covers as well. Hammond with the diving stop. Effectively, what's an extra cover more than a mid-off? They have a single. They have a couple, sorry. Stoneman into double figures. In some ways, it'd have felt he's missed out there, but equally, just wanting to lay bat on ball. Leg stump with that one. It's that little bit fuller, allowing Stoneman to work the ball away. Another match in Division 2, just to tell you quickly. Northamptonshire 12 for 1 at home to Derbyshire. In Division 1, 3 matches delayed. Durham, Essex and Kent against Lancashire, Nottinghamshire and Hampshire respectively. Somerset are 14 for 1 at home to Surrey, and Worcestershire 33 for 1 at home to Warwickshire, but obviously we'll keep a close eye on those games at Hove and at Grace Road. Leg side again, and a delicate tickle from Holden. Moves him into moves him to 9 with his first boundary. 21 for 1. Alden has to pull away. Somebody messing around down below. Run away. It's played off the back foot. The boundary for Holden. He's into double figures now. On to 13. Talked about him getting forward and across and then just waiting on that ball, waiting on the back foot. Run away. 8 bowls. 6. Put in by Gloucestershire this morning here at Lord's. 25 for 1.
A few members enjoying a slightly chilly start to the week here at Lord's. It's a big game for the Middlesex in the push for promotion back into the top flight, Division 1.
A few coffees on display there. Didn't see any beers just yet. No cold ones. Too cold this morning for that. Actually, it's not that cold this morning, but 3 slips in a gully still for Singdale. Points covering a mid-off, mid-on. Long leg, 7-2 fields for the left-hander.
I was going to say it's a little bit chilly for me, Kev.
Yeah, it wasn't the warmest, but could have been worse. Just as long as we get 4 full days, that's all that Middlesex will be keen on here. Gloucestershire obviously looking for their 2nd win of the season, but Middlesex with pertinent matters at the top of the table. Promising start. First ball to Sam Robson. It was a real peach of a delivery from Singdale. Mark Stoneman watching on from the other end. 26 balls faced now. Ian Robson would have walked out with the aspiration of batting long and hard, and haven't been put in. That have gone with the mindset, come on, let's dig in, let's get in there for the session, and one of us for a day perhaps anchor this innings. Width from Singdale and punished by Stoneman. Round the wicket to the left-hander. You'd have to really do some to bring that back up the slope to challenge him. The biggest danger would be if it slipped away down the slope. The edge coming into play, but it was full enough for Stoneman to give that the treatment. Give it the treatment he did.
It's an emphatic shot from Stoneman. No need to run for those ones. Race to the boundary as it often does here at Lord's, down the slope.
Carbon copy. Stoneman steps away. Focused. Ushers it on its way down to the tavern stand. Yeah, the lower end of the square here, to the left of centre as we look across at the pavilion from the nursery end. So once it's through that infield, it's gone.
Played that one a little bit more on the up, did Stoneman. Wasn't quite as full as the previous delivery, but still fantastic connection on it.
Better from Singdale. It's just tucked up Stoneman. Angle bat, soft hands. Not quite in the style of the previous 2, but it's a 3rd consecutive boundary for the Middlesex opener. He's into the 20s.
Yeah, it's a good line from Singdale. Around the wicket approach. Just get that ball moving away, but needs to have done well just to nullify the threat after that dramatic first delivery from Singdale, removing Sam Robson.
Four in a row. Sam Robson lost early on, but Mark Stoneman's cashing in now. He's moved nicely along to 27. And that one driven square. Width again from Singdale from around the wicket. 41 for 4 it is after 9 here. News from Grace Road. Leicestershire 3 for 4. And Yorkshire on the charge at Grace Road.
Yeah, Ben Code, 3 wickets there for Yorkshire. 4.4 overs, 3 maidens, 3 wickets for just 3 runs. He's a really testing bowler any sorts of conditions like these. They're working towards their bonus points, Yorkshire.
Oh, that slips out again from Bailey. Through it goes. Just a little bit of overly enthusiasm. Oh, that's the word I'm looking for. Over enthusiasm from the youngster. But yeah, that third wicket brought the first bonus point for Yorkshire. So in the live table, they're level on points at Middlesex currently. Third ball of the 7th over. Gloucestershire 3 for 3. Two back. Looks to bisect the field, but it doesn't do so. They've taken two and they'll settle on that. The flick up for Singhdale was just a little wide of his colleague, but they won't get back for another. Yorkshire, famously, of course, took a bowling point in the opening over of the match here once against Middlesex, right side bottom. Ran in and picked up 3 wickets in the first over of the match. Yorkshire the bonus point they needed to seal the title, as I remember. I think the celebrations may have begun in the second over for Yorkshire in that game.
Middlesex going a nice run rate here again after losing that wicket first delivery. Stoneman and Holden move things along nicely. It's 43 this partnership. Run rate of 4.5 and over. Let's get on top. Put into bat.
Nicely played by Holden, right in behind that one.
Just wonder if Bailey might look at coming around the wicket here as well. We've seen a couple of deliveries that he's bowled move across the left-hander back up the slope, looking for that outside edge. Just wonder if he might look to change that line of attack.
Short from Bailey and down the leg side. Perhaps just getting a little carried away at the moment, Bailey. Gone early to him from Price. I don't think either Holden or Stoneman would particularly be worried about the short stuff right now. Be far happier with the ball there than the top of off stump. Puff for the cheeks. He's putting a lot of effort into it. Here comes the last ball of his third over. Getting through a lot of energy at the moment, Bailey. Spread up, right up there and on the off stump. End of the 10th, Middlesex 43 for 1. Yeah, I mentioned that match. It was 2015. Yorkshire sealed back-to-back titles. 7-2's on the balcony. Is that Sam Robson on the right? It is. Robson was opening with Paul Sterling. Sterling fell to the third ball. Nick Compton in at 3 fell to the 5th ball of the over, and then Darvin Milan fell to the 6th ball of the over. 3 in an over for side bottom, and the title sealed for Yorkshire in the opening over of the match on bonus point required to wrap it up that year. For the Middlesex was skittled for 106. Still in the side. Sam Robson only went on to make 26. Stephen Eskenazi still with the club made 4. James Franklin, the man who would skip at the side to the title the following year, made 12 and was skipper that game. John Simpson now down at Hove, 28. Toby Rowland-Jones and the bowling coach Tim Murtagh making up that side. Side bottom finishing with 5 for. Yorkshire 299 in reply for Middlesex. A slightly different second innings. They were 573 for 8 declared. Nick Compton with 149, Robson 53. Toby Rowland-Jones with 103 from 122 deliveries down the order. James Harris with him, Middlesex declaring. Harris making 67, and then they skittled Yorkshire for 134, but in the unlikely chance that any Yorkshire fans are tuned in, we will remind everybody that Yorkshire had won the title in the opening over of that game. And no, the celebrations didn't begin in the second over, but they certainly began that night. Change of bowling at pavilion end. Price back into the attack. That's the spot, first ball.
Yeah, Toby Rowland-Jones with 100 in that game. Will be featuring throughout these 4 days. News released by the club that Rowland-Jones has extended his contract, activated an additional year, which will see him remain at the club until the end of next season, which is great news for the club and fans of Middlesex.
Shorts up in the air and over mid-on, but only just. They'll get a couple. Holden had to be sharp, and he was. You have to be sharp when you're running with Mark Stoneman. He's on to 29. Just weighs that one up again. Didn't quite get the ball as he wanted, looking to put it through mid-wicket, mid-on. Ended up almost shoveling it over mid-on. Darts through, didn't really get up. Yeah, he's 36 years of age now. Skipper Toby Rowland-Jones, you say another year, so he'll be 37 by the start of next season. But he's bowling really, really well at the moment. And first class average of 25. He's been an incredible servant to the club. 559 first class wickets for him. Sam Robson, 35 years of age on the right. There's Ryan Higgins on the left, who will be in number 5 for Middlesex. Lias Deploy will be in next. Yeah, Robson and Rowland-Jones, two of the older heads now. Good stop at backward point. Should leave Stephen Eskenazi as well of the title winners for Middlesex. Sam Robson, Toby Rowland-Jones, Tim Murtagh retiring at the end of last season, John Simpson moving to Hove. That's what he was looking for earlier in the over, Stoneman. Big boundary away to the grandstand. No need to chase that though. He connected nicely into the 11th. And Stoneman pulling that one away to move to 33. It was only a fraction short, but it looks as though he's of the mind that if there's anything to go after, he will. 49 for 1.
Yeah, always a positive player, Mark Stoneman. Looks like he's in the mood today. 33 from 36. He's had a few starts of late. Scores of 23, 53 against Hampshire in the final 50 over game of the competition. At Merchant Taylors, 36 and 13 in that 4-day game at Merchant Taylors against Northants, and then a 27 at Yorkshire. So he's had some starts, but knows he'll have a big job to do today. Try and bat long, get Middlesex into a strong position. I'm really going to want to try and push for a win throughout these 4 days.
Edged and fine of Gully. Brings up the 50 for Middlesex. Holden moves to 19, but stretching for this one from Bailey. It's offered the bat, but he was playing a long, long way. It goes right through the gap.
A little bit loose, that one from Holden. Just that angle of attack from Bailey. Pushing it across the left-hander. Holden just looking to drive, pick that big gap. We did see 4 slips in play the first couple overs, but it's just 3 now. Life for Holden as that flies through the gap.
Leg stump full toss, and just a single out to the deep square boundary. Not the news that Middlesex fans will want to hear from Grace Rood, but Leicestershire are now 11 for 5 in the 11th over. Code 4 for 3, 4 maidens. He's in his 6th over. Rahane's still there on 8. Kimber the latest to go. LBW's code for a 6th ball duck. Gonna have to look and see what the Glamorgan score is. They're 27 for 2 in the 12th. Ingram has 14 and Carlson has 3. And a cap with the 2 wickets for Sussex. Sri Lanka 108 for 2 at the Oval, requiring 111 more. Mendy's gone for 39, caught Bashir off Atkinson.
Bailey still running in hard into his 4th over. On debut for Gloucestershire, he's going to come round the wicket. Thought he might do this just to change up that line of approach, especially to Stoneman, who can be a bit vulnerable to the right armour from round the wicket.
Nicely worked. It's watchfully played. Holden offering very nearly a chance. It's Bailey's first ball. Going to stay around the wicket to Holden now, who had been across the left-hander for that delivery. 20 from 31 for Holden. Middlesex will know just what's at stake. They won't know what's happening at Grace Road at the moment, well, not on the field anyway, but focus on this game. It's nicely played. Over the top of it, angle bat, plays it late, angle bat down to backward point, brings him couple. Ends the over, and 8 coming off it. Middlesex 57 for 1 here, so they've rattled along in the opening 12 overs. That's because Gloucestershire are on the attack. They got that wicket first ball. And they've introduced Bailey, number for 24 off his 4, so for very nearly half the runs that have been conceded. Entertainment early on for the members. Are you not entertained? Gloucestershire Gladiators in town.
A woolly hat in there as well. It's looking nicely populated, the pavilion. It's a lot riding on this game, so good to see plenty of members in.
Are you not entertained? Does that mean anything to either of you? Sixth wicket at Grace Road. Leicestershire 11 for 6. The live table sees Middlesex slip to 3rd. Rahane's gone. LBW to Fisher for 8. Stoneman gets it away again. Well, Middlesex are doing their bit here at Lord's. Let's work backward a square on this occasion from Stoneman. Feels like there's a bit between their teeth for Middlesex this morning. They lost the toss. They're being positive out there. No Payne or Taylor for Gloucestershire, but Middlesex looking to get on top. 61 for 1 is a solid start, especially having lost Robson first ball of the match, but far from a solid start at Grace Road. 11 for 6, and they'll be scrambling for the record books there for Leicester's lowest score against Yorkshire. And that's punched away for 4 more. Stoneman's into the 40s already. Outstanding start by the Middlesex opener here, a stark contrast, and perhaps doing it for his mate Sam Robson. Unlucky to get a pearl of a delivery first ball of the match, but Mark Stoneman has looked good since that point. He's looked sturdy, he's looked determined. Saw Robson cash in at Headingley. Good take by Bracey down the leg side, and now Stoneman has eight boundaries already in his innings of 43 deliveries. Leah's deploy next. Ryan Higgins, Jack Davies, Josh De Caries, Luke Holman, then Toby Rowland Jones at 9. It's a lot of batting to come for Middlesex. Nice looking shot, only as far as Zafar at mid-off. But they really will want to try and take advantage of this position. It's a good start for Middlesex. It is only that, it's a good start, but having been put in, there would have been that fear of a tumble of wickets in the first hour. They've got through very nearly. First 60 minutes, 55 on the board so far. Now it's a case of how long, how big can they go in this innings? Can they get in and make the first day theirs? It was a very good start from Gloucestershire this morning with that first baller for Robson. But Stoneman looking in good nick on 42, Holden on 22, and Middlesex 65 for 1.
Yeah, it's turning into a positive start for Middlesex. They would have been worried when Sam Robson to walk back to the pavilion, first ball of the match under the cloudy skies with the floodlights on, having been put into bat. Felt like a bowler's morning here at Lord's, but Stoneman and Holden, especially Stoneman, has done really well at run rate of 5 and over. Looks like the movement on this Kookaburra board just seems to be calming down a little bit. Middlesex moving into a good position early on. Here on day 1, Gloucestershire rotating the bowlers. Be a first look at Zaman Akhtar from the nursery end. .25 years old. Akhtar, born in Cambridge, 41 first-class wickets, best of 5 for 32. Gloucester just tinkering with their lineup. Archie Bailey coming in for Dom Goodman, just the one change to that starting 11 from Gloucestershire's last 4-day game. Zaman Akhtar, 15 wickets in Division 2 so far this season.
Born in Cambridge, went to Oxford. Is that allowed? The Cambridge lad on strike, Max Holden. Didn't go to Oxford. Bright as a button though. Max, always been really enthusiastic, committed, wanting to learn. Since his arrival at Middlesex, in all aspects of the game, he used to join us in the commentary box an awful lot in days gone by. That's down the leg side and worked away nicely by Holden. He'll be determined to have a studious innings here at Lord's on day 1 and put his side into a good position in the match.
Yeah, just a little too straight from Akhtar, especially around the wicket. From the nursery end, the slope is bringing the ball back into the left-hander, so he'll be looking to keep that line outside the off stump. Hold him comfortable off his legs.
Sharply taken single here. At Grace Road, Fisher has a third and Yorkshire have a seventh. 15 for 7, Leicestershire. And they really will be scrambling for the record books now. Travaskis, 4 deliveries, 4 runs, just the 1 boundary. Cox is still there. And only Scriven, Curry. And the former Middlesex man, Chris Wright, to come. He's a fine batter, right? He's in at 11. I'm not sure how the eyes are nowadays, but can he do his old mates a favour?
Yeah, the Kookaburra ball is obviously doing something at Leicester. Here at Lords, it looks to have just calmed down a little bit. Saw movement early in those first couple of overs. Noah Cornwall on 12th man duties today. Cornwall the one change in this Middlesex lineup. Cornwall dropping out. In comes Josh DeCaries. Middlesex going with 2 spinners in their 11. 2 frontline spinners anyway. Obviously got the backup of Leas Deploy.
Wow, Leicestershire's lowest first class total is 34, which is actually quite high in the grand scheme of things. So look at what Middlesex is in a moment. That was against Essex at Southend in 2011. Actually, it's a pretty bad run, the teens for Leicestershire. Their second lowest score, first class, 43. That was at Worcestershire, Grace Road. Sorry, it was at Grace Road against Worcestershire, 2016. And the third lowest was 2011 again, 48. Against Northamptonshire at Grace Road, and that was in the June. So in the June they set their lowest first class total, which was 48. Then in the July of 2011 they beat it with 34, and then 5 years later their June score was pushed into third by the 43 against Worcestershire. Their lowest score against Yorkshire is 62. That was at Bradford in 1938, the same year that they set their lowest home record against Yorkshire, which was 69. So yeah, 62 at Bradford on the 13th of August 1938. Goodness me, on the 3rd of August they hit the 69 at Leicester. So they are heavily under threat for their lowest first class total, and definitely their lowest against Yorkshire. Seven down at Grace Road, 1 down here, 2 at Hove, Glamorgan. Division 2 race is hotting up.
Nicely played from Holden off his legs. Price just a little short this over. Maybe a sign that the movement has died down. Gloucestershire just adjusting their length. Still got 3 slips in play though. Deep fine leg, deep square. Potentially indicating there might be some shorter stuff. To the left-handers. Oh,
up in the air now. Keeper's on the chase. He's got a bit to do, and he gets there and grabs it. Goodness me, he's made that look easy, Bracey. He's got a long way to take that catch, and Stoneman falls to the short one. He's gone for 42, 47 balls. He's just getting into a position where he's getting Middlesex on top here. Banged in short, and I think it's just straightened on him with the slope. He saw the length, he liked it. It's just left him down the slope. Watch the movement. Yeah. Meant he was dragging it from further outside off stump than he'd intended. He ended up getting underneath it, and the top edge skied into the cloudy St John's Wood overheads. Bracey with the catch, Price with the wicket. 42 for Stoneman, Middlesex 71 for 2.
Yeah, much needed wicket for Gloucestershire, that. Just getting away from them a little bit, that partnership of 71. In just over an hour of play this morning. It's the big wicket of Stoneman. Just a little loose, that pull shot. We saw him dispatch a couple to the boundary. We also saw him chip one up earlier on in his innings, but it was a very good catch from Bracey. Made it look very easy. Under these cloudy skies, running backwards, the ball swirling is not easy at all, but a very accomplished wicketkeeper, safe with the gloves. Sends Mark Stoneman back. Another start for the left-hander, but that brings in Lias Deploy, one of the star batters in this lineup. New signing, joining Middlesex at the start of the season. Goes out to join Max Holden in at number 4.
Yeah, unfortunate way to go for Stoneman, that. He looked in the mood, he looked set from his first ball, he looked determined. This was going to be a long, long day, a long stay in the middle. So what Middlesex will hope for from Lias Deploy. Big signing last winter, it really was a capture they were very excited about. They need a big finish. Their South African born number 4. Plays under a Hungarian passport, eligible for England next year. He's got a huge job to do for Middlesex here to steer this first day. Holden going nicely on 28 from 41, just that one edge. But a wicket in the over for Price. It's just unsettled things just past the hour mark. It was looking like a good hour for Middlesex and a good morning so far. Fabulous response to the fall of Robson first ball. So you just watch the movement of the ball off the surface. It's banged in short. He sees that early, but then there it just straightens a little bit on him down the slope. Bracey, cool as you like, getting underneath it. There's a man who's seen it all before. Middlesex will hope that scythe is not something that Gloucestershire will be using through that top order this morning. Still 52 minutes to go until lunch. 2 down, just past the hour mark. Stoneman and Robson, the 2 former test openers for Middlesex. But all eyes really on Lias Deploy and Ryan Higgins, I'd suggest now, as the 2 big names in this Middlesex innings. They've got a lovely top of the order Middlesex in Robson, Stoneman and Holden. Set up with 3 openers. And then Deploy and Higgins are all powerhouse in the middle order. Stage is set for Holden and for Deploy and for Higgins. Middlesex need a partnership now. They need somebody to get in and go big. It was 71, the partnership for the second wicket, having been 0 for 1 Middlesex. But they really need somebody to take this big. They'll want to try and boss this match from the off if they can. If it had been put in, it wouldn't have been their choice, you'd imagine. They'd have similarly, under these skies, floodlights on, they'd have put Gloucestershire in as well. There's a leg slip in place now for Holden, as well as the 2 orthodox. Ball's played nicely. Bottom hand comes off from Holden, just an extra bit of bounce for Actor.
Yeah, it's a good move to bring that leg slip into play for the left-handers. Looks like it'll remain in place for Lias Deploy. Said in Actor's last over that he was a little bit too straight. We saw Holden tickle one off his hips down to fine leg. That's what the leg slip is in place for. That slope, bringing the ball back into the left-hander.
Just looking up the lowest first-class total, 6 in 1810 by what says the Bees. Well, it certainly wasn't the A team, was it, if they got out for 6. It's an edge for him to ploy around the wicket. Actor, I'm not sure whether it would have carried for a third. Looked as though Deploy was in a pretty reasonable position to play it. Try and angle it into the ground. He goes, well, no, he was squared up by that really, wasn't he? No, it would have fallen well short of third as well. But yeah, the Bees against England in 1810 at Lord's, but not here. Dorset Square, I assume. Dorset Fields as it was then. Yeah, 1787. The first Lord's was opened by Thomas Lords. Now Dorset Square, still a blue plaque there for it. Come up from Baker Street. And then moved to this site in 1809. Solid defence again on that one.
Tom Price, one of 2 brothers to play in this game.
Quick correction before I get shouted at. 1814 it was, sorry. First game here. Just trying to work back to the bicentenary game. With Angus Fraser up here, Lara, Gilchrist, Tendulkar. Incredible array of talent out in the middle playing in that match. I was just thinking 2009 sounded too early. It was 2014 we did that game.
Price going short against the left-hander. Mentioned in the last over, deep fine leg, deep square in place. Might feel as though Holden is someone that will go after the pull and the hook shot. It worked for Stoneman. Moving the opening batter. All-rounder Tom Price, 24 years of age, 69 first-class wickets with that wicket of Stoneman. Just keeping things back of a length. 2 slips in play. Now for Lias Deploy. Deploy with a big run in the 100 for the Southern Brave. Returned to Middlesex for that game at Merchant Taylors against Northants, where he scored a beautiful 71 on a difficult pitch for the batters. 22 not out, and then followed that up with a 36 up at Headingley against Yorkshire. Entertaining first hour and 15 minutes here at Lords. A 10:30 start, of course. It's been runs, run rate crept up to 5 when Stoneman was at the crease. Holden positive. 30 off 47 deliveries. Entertaining start to this day.
So we've got the lowest first class total. The lowest championship first class total was Northamptonshire, bowled out for 12 in 1907 at Bristol. Don't think Tom Smith was playing in that one. In fact, it was at Gloucester, not at Bristol. But Gloucestershire setting that record of 12. The second lowest championship was Nottinghamshire, which was against Yorkshire at Nottingham in 1901-13, and then Surrey, that famous 1983 fixture against Essex at Chelmsford. For what it's worth, the lowest Gloucestershire score, 17, which was against the Australians at Cheltenham in 1896. Middlesex's lowest was 20 against the MCC here at Lords in 1864. There's a chance Tim Mercer was playing in that one. Leg slip in place, but it's wide of the fielder. Oh, and a little wobble down on the rope there as well for Price. Whether he stepped on the rope or not, whether he didn't see it, eyes on the ball maybe. Just watch for the fielder here. It's going to be really nasty, that. Was it the rope? No, it was just a slip and a slide and then a step to recover himself, which isn't so bad at all. Step on the rope could have been an awful lot worse. 79 for 2. That boundary. Middlesex really pushed along with Stoneman's 42. Good strike rate, nearly a run a ball.
Yeah, that leg slip in place, waiting for anything off the legs from Max Holden. Ektar just staying with that straight line of approach. Just hoping that the slope can bring the ball back. Holden, instinct more than anything, just to tuck the ball around the corner. Can often be a successful fielding position, can leg slip. Full delivery, nicely played from Holden and well run. Quick single, it's the offside. Holden on to 35. A really good start to the season, did Max Holden. Runs at the top of the order and went away to feature in the 100. For the Manchester Originals. End of the 18th over. Actors through 3. Middlesex on to 80 for 2. They'll be pretty happy with how this morning's gone after being asked to bat first on a morning that felt like it would be a favourable one for the bowlers. But Middlesex are moving along nicely. I think the afternoon session, if the sun can creep out, these clouds looking a little bit lighter now, they're lifting slightly. Still shadows across the pitch of the players, the floodlights on, but these two can dig in, get through to lunch, will be first thing on their mind. Bat long, that run rate 4.44. James Bracey coming up to the stumps. See Holden likes to come at his crease, uses footwork to adjust the length of the bowler. Bracey up to the stumps will just keep him in place.
Yeah, just look at how far back he's batting now. Because that exaggerated movement that he has, he's got to stay in his crease. You know, he doesn't want to change that trigger movement. So look at how deep in his crease he begins. And you'll note, front on now, the trigger movement still takes him forward and across, but deliberately keeps that back foot in the crease. Pace and bounce again on that. And oof, he's warm that somewhere.
It definitely gives him something else to think about, that Max Holden. That natural trigger movement. He's going to just have a bit of his mind knowing that he can't go too far forward with that trigger. James Bracey, a very good wicket keeper, sharp with the gloves.
Down at Grace Road, but something of a fight back with the bat that first morning from Leicestershire. They're 52 for 8 now. Cox is still there on 19 from 12. Scriven got 18 from 16. Curry and Wright to come. I think Chris Wright has a first-class century. I'll double-check that, but always regarded as a good bat, good lower order batter when he was here at Middlesex.
Another game in Div 2, Northants Derbyshire. Northants 47 for 3, and there's a wicket for Martin Anderson, who has joined Derbyshire on loan until the end of the season before a permanent move ahead of next year. Anderson travelling up to Derbyshire over the weekend to join up ahead of the Red Bull game, slotting in that all-rounder position, getting some Red Bull action. He's in the wickets early for his new county.
Just going back to Wright quickly, 87 was his highest first-class score, is his highest first-class score, 14 50s. Average just below 19 for Chris Wright. He made his first-class debut for Cambridge back in 2004. Same year he made his List A debut for Middlesex and his T20 debut. He felt he was a bowler of some promise. First-class average of 32. Bowlers of some promise on display for Gloucestershire this morning, but it's been quite the battle between bat and ball and in the field in that boundary rope, tighter boundary down towards the Mound and Tavern. That'll bring Leas to deploy a couple off his legs. Nice, it clipped away, but long leg gets there to flick that back in. Oh, that was tight. Gonna have to be very, very quick. Max Holden, the dive comes in. Where was the camera side on that? Where was the side on for that? Follow the batter. Yeah. 83 for 2. Quick look for the next delivery. Holden with the dive, just looking for that ball coming in. Yeah, he was home. Well done.
Yeah, sharp single, that one. Very well backed up as well, because that shy coming in at the stumps. Only one fielder. Square on the offside. So that would have raced away for some buzzers.
And that goes through the gap. Almost around towards the leg gully, that leg slip fielder. Leaving the gap between Bracey, who is not going to get anywhere near that. Or does it just put the keeper off the dive slightly, knowing there's a fielder there? Would he have gone for that if there was nobody there? Barely got fingertips to it, I think. Even with a couple of steps as he had to get in position. Had he have dived, I think it would have been clear of him, but went quickly as well, going fine like that.
Yeah, Akhtar just changing the attack again, coming over the wicket now, which maybe brings that leg slip into play even more so. Just keeping with that straight line. He's got the protection on the leg side with that deep square, deep fine. Short mid-wicket, mid-on. 2 slips in play. And that leg slip. Waiting for any chance of something down the leg side. Nice into the over. 7 from it. Middlesex 87 for 2. 20 overs gone this morning session. Not quite lunchtime yet. No sandwiches, still coffees, I think.
Taking the order by the looks of it. Egg and cheese, anyone? Egg and cress?
An egg mayo, I think.
Egg mayo, that's what I was looking for.
The change of ends then for young Archie Bailey. Got through 4 overs, looked promising in that 4 overs, a little bit erratic, a couple slipping out. A couple of full tosses, but some absolute beauties as well. Came so close to a wicket with his very first delivery. He's going to have a go from the pavilion end. That slope moving away from the left-hander. Looks like he's going to start over the wicket. He's got a good build for a fast bowler. Tall. He attacks the crease nicely. A lot of effort in that run up. Gets through at good pace.
That's clipped nicely. I'll pick up 3. 90 on the board.
Definitely getting brighter here at Lord's. Those clouds lifting. Not quite as gloomy now. I think the floodlights are still in play, but might not be needed for much longer. Two slips. Gully. Short cover, short mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off for Archie Bailey. looking to keep it a little bit fuller, encourage the drive. This slips in play. There's still a little bit of movement out there on this Kookaburra ball, but nothing like we saw in the first couple of overs.
It's away. Into the 40s, Holden. High score of the innings now goes past the 42 of Stoneman.
Yeah, nicely played. Just too straight from Archie Bailey. No one out at deep square for that protection. Holden tucking it nicely off his legs. Middlesex will be really happy with this start now. These two can get to lunch. Half an hour still to go in this morning session. Usually say for a batting side, if they can get in to lunch no more than 2 down with some runs on the board, you've just got your noses in front.
That's a lovely shot. Probably shot of the morning from Holden. There are a couple of cracking cover drives from Stoneman, got away, but down the ground from Holden, around the wicket, over pitched. Always looks so big, that bat face of Holden, when he brings it down perfectly and offers it to the bowler as he's done there. Just a slight angle on it to meet the angle of the bowler from around the wicket. On to 47. Top ball to end the over. Just under 30 minutes to lunch on the first day in the brightest skies of the morning. Threatening to break through here at Lord's. Feel for a moment as though you can feel any of the shadows or see any of the shadows around the players at the moment. 98 for 2. A few pints, a few glasses of bubbly. Oh, and a few of them have heard that cork popping. Quick, off we go. Don't miss out. And having just watched Holden do it, Deploy perhaps goes one better. He's into double figures. Lovely high elbow on this from Deploy. Over the wicket to the left-hander. And an economy of effort, an economy of movement as ever from Deploy. Middlesex move to 102. You just see that elbow appearing over his shoulder there. Beautifully played.
Yeah, that's Linus Deploy at his best. Classy from the elegant left-hander. Just see in play, we've got a heavy leg side field that Gloucester put in place. Akhtar throughout this whole spell has been pretty straight in line. That's a deliberate ploy. Mid-wicket, rather than a leg slip, sort of a short behind square leg, deep square leg, deep fine.
That's a lovely ball and a great follow-up. just misses the top of off stump. Just going up the slope slightly. Speaking of wickets, a 9th at Grace Road. 59 for 9. Cox is still there on 24. Curry's gone for 2 from 15. In Chris Wright we trust.
Could be on for that first class century. Yeah, looks like the tactic to deploy is push him across. That ball nipping away, back up the slope. There's a big gap through the covers, and then maybe just look to bring one back down the slope. Hit the deploy, just chipping one into that leg side. A couple of fielders in close, waiting.
Overpitch slightly on that one. End of the 22nd, 102 for 2.
Yeah, just other scores around the grounds. Glamorgan are 4 down now, 72 for 4 against Sussex. Colin Ingram, leading run scorer in Division 2, out for 27. Kieran Carlson, 32 not out. Northamptonshire are 60 for 4. Martin Anderson's picked up a 2nd wicket now for Derbyshire. A good start for him. And as mentioned, Leicestershire 9 down, 63 for 9. Ben Code with 5 wickets there. Matt Fisher with 3. Jordan Thompson with 1. Cox 24 not out from 15 deliveries, 3 fours and a 6. Slightly on the leg side, muffled appeals. Just striking the pad of Holden, but outside the leg stump. Not a lot going for that one. But it's been entertaining watching young Archie Bailey this morning. Something's happening. There's been runs flowing off of his bowling. He's gone for 35 off his 5.1 overs. But he's looked threatening as well. He's beaten the bat a few times. Found some movement, found that edge of Mark Stoneman. It's a big test for the 19-year-old up against the class and experience of Leas Deploy and Max Holden. Holden approaching a 21st. First class 50. 26-year-old backing up 51 scored at Headingley against Yorkshire last week.
Oh, short ball. Good from Bailey.
Test match as well. Sri Lanka looking like it could be on for a famous victory at the Oval. 149 for 2, requiring a further 70 runs in that game. So, commanding position.
lift again from Bailey down the slope. He looks like he's got bags of potential. Whisper around Lords this morning that could be a first-class debut. Oh, really gets that to go off the surface. Extracting plenty of bounce.
Brood of a bouncer from Bailey.
With an eye on finals day on Saturday. Payne and Taylor left out. Youngster showing he's more than just potential and promise, though. He's got a bit about him. 6 overs bowled, number 36. And 20 minutes to lunch. Middlesex haven't been put in. 104 for 2 marks a reasonable morning so far, with 20 minutes to go until the interval, and obviously a very good morning, recovering from 0 for 1. Hoodies up. Gloucestershire hoodie. It's the fans packed into the lower tier of the Edgerich stands. The Compton shut for this, and the grandstand as well. The pitch to the lower end of the square. So if you want to be in line for this one, you've got to get as far across in that Compton stand as you can, close to the sight screen. If we can get a shot of the top tier, I assume that's obviously the members in the pavilion. Get nicely in line for this one. Towards the home dressing room.
Return to the attack for Ajit Singh Dale. Picked up the wicket, first ball of the game. Absolute jaffa to remove Sam Robson, getting one to nip back in. That was from the pavilion end, so ball coming down the slope. Starting right outside the off stump and crashing into middle. Beautiful delivery. Robson, bit of a gap between bat and pad, but not a lot he could have done about it. But change of ends for Singhdale coming from the nursery. Can he find one more breakthrough for Gloucestershire before lunch?
Nice from Deploy. His toes pushing into the offside. It'd be massive for Middlesex if they can get in 2 down this morning. Having been put in 0 for 1, there'd have been real fear that, well, not quite the Leicestershire situation against Yorkshire, but certainly one of those mornings. 3, 4, or even worse. Getting in 2 down, having been put in, would be a massive, massive boost. Got just a slip in place now for Singhdale to deploy. Slip in a gully and a point. There's also those 2 close catches in the onside at mid wicket.
Yeah, looking like they're set up for a bit of short bowling or straight line of approach.
Deploy, eyes up the covers. Only a slip in place. Gully there as well, the point in the mid-off. So a lot of room on that offside with the packed field. That has just gone away up the slope though. Just what's done for Deploy there. It looks, not only the angle, but it looks as though it might have just seamed up the slope slightly. That's what he was thinking of. Lovely shot off the back foot, punched away. He'll be thinking long game here, long term. Can score very, very quickly. Can be very positive, very aggressive when he needs to be. Class act, Elias Deploy. If he gets in, then Middlesex can indeed think big. it goes again. They say he hits the ball incredibly powerfully. Must time it so well. Strong hands. There's a couple for that. Race away. It was a little more watchful, but he moves to 19. And he moves his side to 110 for 2. 75 for 9, Leicestershire now at Grace Road. Chris Wright has 8 from 4 balls, 2 fours. Cox has 32 from 21, 5 fours and 1 6. Nothing really to speak of. Thompson into the attack has 1 for 32 from 3 overs. 1 for 32 from 3.1 now. Fisher 3 for 24 and Code 5 for 15 from 10 overs. He'll into the attack also. All right, has another boundary. He's 12 from 5. 79 for 9.
You might have done the ultimate setup, Kev, talking about Chris Wright getting a first-class century.
My first ever summariser, Chris Wright. Not as good as you, Dom, of course. Slightly better cricketer, though.
You haven't seen me play cricket.
Mentioned it last game up at Headingley. Chris Wright and I did a one-day game there in the old football stand ends. A little bit of a turret it was. Middle tier, surrounded by Yorkshire fans peering out and whispering the commentary, shall we say. Day-night match got a little bit lively in the evening, but all good fun.
Just clipping the jumper of Holden all the way through. It's been fluent today, as Max Holden. Really dug in that knock against Northamptonshire at Merchant Taylor's. Made 25 off about 95 deliveries on a pitch that was difficult for batters to get started on, but he's looked fluent today.
Edged away. Holden, we talk about it so much, his trigger movement. Trying to get himself into a position that he wants to be in and negate the threat of the bowlers, but there you go, it's just squirted away off that edge. He was trapping the bat down, worried about that ball beating the inside edge, bringing it down at quite the angle really, just to lay something on it, take LBW out of the equation. Comes in with a real sprint, Bailey. Slams that one in short to deploy. For the over called by umpire Baldwin, who's having a little check of the crease now where Bailey's landing. Look at that for a sprint. It's edged. Not quite carry, I don't think. Eyes to the skies. In disappointment for Bancroft. Let's have a look. Stretching for it. Goes low off that outside edge, and it would have fallen short of a third slip as well, even with the step forward. Single taken, 2 off the over. Middlesex 112 for 2.
Yeah, he's been unlucky, as Bailey. He's bowled well. His figures don't necessarily represent how he's bowled. 7 overs, none for 38. He's going at a run rate of over 5 and over, but he's looked threatening, maybe the most threatening of Gloucestershire bowlers. Movement, beating the outside edge. He's drawn a couple of edges. Man spearheading the attack. Sing Dale picking up the opening wicket of Robson. Really get 2 more overs before lunch.
Back foot punch again. They've reinforced the offside now. Still the slip in the gully. Backward point, but now got cover in place, who had been across as a second close catcher on the onside. Mid off and mid on. And they've still got that catcher at mid wicket. Although he's not quite as short and straight now. More an orthodox mid wicket in there, covering the 2 positions really that occupied by the catchers. There's a deep backward square as well, protecting the shorter boundary. Continuing over the wicket to deploy. It's just let go a little wide, a little loose. Four for 9, the latest from Grace Road, Leicestershire. Hanging in there. Anything they take out of that innings now, what already is a bonus. Those who haven't been across the score there, they were 15 for 7. 3 for 4, 11 for 6, 15 for 7. 89 for 9. Which of course does mean that Leicestershire have 3 bonus Yorkshire have 3 bonus points. So we've 2 points ahead of Middlesex in the live table. It's that time of year. Every run, every point counts. And apparently every ball counts as well. Even in the county championship.
Throwing his hands at that one again. Because says they have reinforced that extra fielder in the offside now, so not quite as big as a gap, but if there's something wide there, Deploy will throw his hands through it. I've seen him clatter a couple to the boundary towards the grandstand. 2 slips in a gully waiting.
Through it goes. We've seen a lot of bounce in this surface, which is encouraging. There's good pace. Been a little bit of movement there after it passes the batter as well. Other one skidded through, but for the most part, it's been consistent pace and bounce. Surface that Middlesex, I think, really would have wanted for this. How big can they go in their first innings and try and put some scoreboard pressure into the equation as well? That was what Yorkshire would have hoped last week, that their 601 for 6 would have mounted the pressure on Middlesex, and it did. But Middlesex's response to it was absolutely magnificent. Securing that draw at Headingley.
End of the over. Just those 4 byes. Five minutes to go until lunch. Definitely get this over in. Maybe squeeze one more in.
Tavern stand where it meets the Allen there. There's the Middlesex room behind the glass. Looks pretty packed in there today, actually. You mentioned there's a bit of a breeze in the air. It's not that low, the temperature. 16 degrees. That's the hip. Certainly extracts bounce, Bailey. Good height. Just over 6 foot. Broad shoulders on a young man. Gets it down at a fair rate of knots. Exerts an awful lot of energy to get there. It's a sizable run up, which is taken at quite a sprint. Dare I upset the Middlesex captain, who I need to interview quite a lot. It's almost a Toby Rowland-Jones length run up with a Mark Wood sprint.
Sun just trying to beat through the clouds here at Lord's for the first time. The forecast is for mostly just a bit of a blanket grey today. Low chance of showers. Gets that through again with good pace. Be interested to see a speed gun on Archie Bailey. It looks like low 80s maybe.
Yeah, when he's really got one to rapidly move through, it certainly felt like it's pushing towards low to mid 80s.
Always exciting seeing a new young fast bowler on the county circuit.
Rarely many better things actually than young fast bowlers coming through. It always gets everybody excited, doesn't it? As much as we all enjoy spin and fine batters as well, you just see somebody with a bit of pace emerge on the scene. Always encouraging to see. Nice looking shot from Deploy, standing up tall to this one.
Did you catch much of Josh Hull in the test match, Kev?
No, of course we were hoping to see him in the Leicestershire game here at Lord's, and they didn't play him in that one, did they? We thought he might have been quite useful, and excited to see him. We saw him in the nets, didn't we, out the back, having a look, but no, he certainly looks quite the prospect. England clearly think so. The block hole, all dug out. Into the over, we squeeze one more before lunch. All eyes on old Father Time, I think. Elias Deploy is ready to go, but it looks as though there is time for one more. It's going to be Singdale to bowl it. 71 for Deploy in the first innings against Northamptonshire at Merchant Taylor School. He was unbeaten on 22 in the second. Middlesex against Yorkshire at Headingley, 36 with the bat in that one.
Max Holden on 49. Maybe try and get to that 50 before lunch. And just Fulham wide outside off stump, but Holden still willing to play, even in defence. And final wicket has fallen for Leicestershire, 98 all out. So somewhat of a recovery for Leicestershire after being 3 for 4 and then 15 for 7 to get up to 98. Ben Cox finishing 51 not out from 31 deliveries. Chris Wright didn't get that first class century, but he did end up on 12s. Bit of support there for Cox. Yorkshire have done their job, asking Leicestershire to bat first and bowling them all out for 98. Morgan 89 for 4 against Sussex. Kieran Carlson 46 not out. And Northants Derby, Northamptonshire 75 for 5. Couple of wickets for Martin Anderson. If you missed the news, Anderson joining Derbyshire on a permanent deal at the end of the season, but he's joined up with his new county on loan until the end of this season. And he's straight into the Red Bull side.
Two slips for Holden, gully, point, cover mid-off, mid-arm, deep square just out of shot there, and then long leg. Do they tighten up at all, that slip cordon? Holden on 49, as you say, he might just look for a single, just a little push at something. Cover's not on offer, rightly not, but that edge flies through that gap. There'll be nothing more frustrating. Solidly in place for that one. One ball to go before lunch. Look at the field for Holden.
Assuming Holden gets through this delivery, I think Middlesex will be happy, very happy with how this morning has gone, especially after that first ball of the game. Sam Robson on his way back to the pavilion to get 117, just 2 wickets down, is a good position for Middlesex.
And left alone. And that is lunch on day 1. Middlesex's morning in the end. It was very much Gloucestershire's start, with Sam Robson falling to the first ball, bowled by Singdale. 1 for 30 he has, but 49 for Holden. 42 for Stoneman, who was outstanding, just top-edged one in the end that might have just moved down the slope on him. Deploy going nicely as well on 20. Middlesex fighting back. They'll certainly feel that was their session, having been put in. It could have been an awful lot worse from 0 for 1. So 117 for 2 will make for some pretty happy dining for Middlesex. Join us back on the live stream here at Lords in just under 40 minutes. We're live here in association with Dafabet. What a warm welcome back to Lords, the afternoon session of the second day, first day indeed, getting carried away, the second session of the first day. This County Championship match in Division 2, the live and heart stream from Lords in association with Daffabet. I'm Kevin Hand, Dom Ford alongside me bringing you the commentary of this one this afternoon. A good morning for Middlesex, put in 117 for 2. We lost Sam Robson to the first ball of the match. And Mark Stoneman, a top edge, caught Bracey for the bowling of Price. It's going to be Actor to get us underway after lunch, though, from the pavilion end, which is where Singh Dale took the wicket of Robson first thing this morning. Leas Deploy with a fine 20 from 36 so far. Max Holden 49 from 84. Holder with an edge, which was just shy of second slip. Deploy had a big drive at one. Which fell short of the slips as well. No third slip in place. It wouldn't have carried anyway. Second dive into his right, managing to parry it. A couple of slips in place behind the left-hander after lunch. 2 slips. Two slips and a gully crouched down. First up after lunch for Actor. And a full bunger. Immediately after the interval, a gentle response from Deploy. So there's a butterfly fluttering around in there. You'd be happy if Actor floats a few more up like that as well. There's that field then. 2 slips a gully, points, cover and a mid-off, mid-on. Deep square and just out of shot. Long leg. Some cloudier skies to the right, as you can see. Some lighter skies to the left. Another full bunger, floated up there. Deploy makes no mistake this time. May have just tapped back the first one after lunch to get a look. You can't serve full tosses to Leas Deploy. Driven through the covers, lovely shot. Just had to offer the bat really, the timing that Deploy has. Outstanding cricketer, immaculate timing. Very good hand-eye coordination, it would appear. That Deploy has, the way that he hits the ball so hard, seems to time it more often than not. Leg side now. Did it pitch in line? It'll be the first question of the umpire. Right arm over to the left-hander and knows the answer by the looks of it, even out of the hand. That's pitched outside the line of leg. Going on to hit middle and leg, but yeah, right arm over to the left-hander at Lords. Often talk about it. You've really got to get the ball straight and for one, but starters though, you've got to get it to pitch in line. Let's come with the opening over after lunch. So 121 for 2 here. We'll have an eye on what's happening at Grace Road as well, where the hosts were skittled in the morning session. They were 15 for 7 at one point. Extraordinary score there. Fisher and Code going through them. Middlesex will hope that that tumble of wickets continues this afternoon. Yorkshire will be looking to rack up the runs though, get those batting points. They've got 3 bonus points with the ball already. Middlesex will just be hoping to go very big here with the bat. If they do, a lot of it will be to do with that man. The main man, Leas Deploy, 24 for him. Holden will have strike for the second over after lunch. 121 for 2 it is, 4 off the opening over. So the live stream brought to you by Middlesex in association with Daffabet. I'm Kevin Hand, alongside me on the mic, Dom Ford. And really, from 0 for 1, you couldn't have asked for a better morning than that. Well, looks as though somebody's in for a good afternoon. Hayley, one of our camera people, is taking a slight break in the afternoon session. No, indeed, she's got the day off, Hayley. And will be enjoying it by the looks of things in the pavilion.
Yeah, deserved day off for Hayley. Come to enjoy an afternoon at the cricket.
Oh, drawn into that. Holden, first ball after lunch. Price just pushing one up the slope. I was expecting you to come in shot at that point when I'd introduced you, Dom, but then again, I'm sure the viewers are much more happy that we saw a shot of Hayley.
And I don't have a bottle of champagne I'm opening, unfortunately, either. Just the fruit for me. That was a entertaining morning session, wasn't it? There was a first ball wicket, Singdale to Sam Robson. Runs that followed. It's nicely played. Holden just pushing to the offside for a single. It brings up his 50. Well batted Max Holden. He's been really good. 86 deliveries, 8 fours. Strike rate of 58. Came in second ball of the day. And he got his team through to lunch. He's batted positively. The 21st first class half century for Max Holden. A good season with the red ball. 211, highest score scored against Northamptonshire earlier this season.
Oh, he's gone. What a ball that is. Up the slope. Just nips away from deploy. It's a beaut from Price, and it's the big wicket. Elias Deploy gone for 24 from 43. Looked in really good touch, but this is some ball. Pitches, forces him to play on that. If that comes back the other way, there's trouble. It goes up the slope, though. The line was there for it. Had to play it, really. Nips away, takes the edge. And they got a breakthrough with the first ball this morning. It's only taken 9 deliveries after lunch to get a breakthrough in the second session of the day. They will be oh so happy with that. Bracey taking the catch, Price for the wicket. Middlesex 1-2-2 for 3.
Yeah, a huge moment in this afternoon session. This deploy looked really good. Looked in the mood this morning, but that's an absolute peach of a delivery from Tom Price. Picks up his second. The big wicket of Mark Stoneman for 42 in the morning. It's good captain. Good work from the captain as well. Bring Price on from the nursery ends. Gloucestershire needing to start well with the ball. And they've done so. 122 for 3. Another one of the star batters. Ryan Higgins walks to the crease. Richard Johnson on the balcony looking on. Henry Brooks. Ryan Higgins, man who's really had another incredible season in red ball action. 1,063 runs in Division 2. This year, leading the way for Middlesex, and just 10 runs behind Colin Ingram, who's leading the run scoring across the county championship.
First ball for Higgins then. 2 slips, very tight gully, very nearly a third slip in there. And a use of the feet from Higgins to get forward and across. You'd say that this is the crunch moment of this innings. Holden just moving to his 50. Deploy departing. Higgins arriving out to face his former side. Middlesex need a partnership. They need a pair to get in and go big together in this innings, you fancy. Standing up to keep him in his crease. No ball as well. It was leg side. Missing leg, I think. There's plenty of disappointment behind there. I'd imagine a lot of that is kidology, but there you go. Ryan Higgins tells you as well. Without seeing the replay, this is missing leg. Watch that front pad. Really go anywhere, and yeah, it's missing leg stump.
He's getting this ball to shape. His Price. We saw a little bit of seam movement this morning, but his first real bit of movement through the air.
Leg side again and away. I think it'll just be byes. I did just take a little bit of the pad, leg bye signals. And Middlesex 128 for 3.
Interesting that Bracey straight up to the stumps for Higgins. We saw first ball, Higgins taking a couple of steps down the track, but Bracey wasting no time. They know how big the wicket of this man is. They can get him early. Gloucestershire will be right on top.
Going for the pads. They're looking to blast the pads off early with Higgins. They'll know very well. Wicket keeper up, bowling at the stumps. It's Price. But he's picked up the big wicket, the biggest of all, Leas deploy. 2 for 22 for Price. So 128 for 3, Max Holden. Pretty well set on 50 from 86. Very good run rate from Middlesex, but overall they'll be thinking about the match situation and, well, at very least, really want to triple the score they've got at the moment. Ball now 30 overs old. Can they get it up to 50 overs and then start cashing in 50 to 80? But then it's a Kookaburra, and it's late season. Will it reverse? So many questions, so many ponderables with the Kookaburra ball now. It's why it's an experiment, and well, it didn't really work at Headingley last week, but it's obviously worked elsewhere, and it's working for Yorkshire at Grace Road this week. But in the 3 Middlesex games to this point, it's been a pretty abortive test. That's a lovely ball. That was the one that got, or similar to the one that got deploy. This one sliding down the slope rather than going back up it, as deploys did. There's the step across to get in line. Lovely line and length. That's where Actor will want to leave it to Holden. Starting straighter. Holden getting into line, full enough for him to happily play with that one. Look at the running. Back for 3. That's second run from Higgins. Have you got replay straight on of Higgins' second run? Boy, oh boy, did he run that quickly, Higgins. Holden. Sprint on the first. It's this one, though. Yep, like the look of it. Let's go. Fortunately. And he took the wide route as well. It was like a U-bend that from Holden. Back down the slope it comes. Starting well wide enough for Higgins not to be involved or concerned with that one.
Yeah, Higgins, formerly of Gloucester. In form against his former team in the reversed fixture earlier on this season at Bristol. A drawn match, Higgins scoring 155 in that game.
Now, news from the south coasts. Glamorgan 104 for 6. We're 4 down at lunch. Ingram 27, Carlson 56. The high scores of the innings so far. But Root 1, Kellaway 6. 2 for Harry Crocombe. 2 for Clark. 2 for Going to cap. Oh, nearly one here for Actor. A little bit of bounce. We've seen that all the way through. There's a bit of pace, there's a bit of bounce in this surface, Middlesex. Should be pretty happy about that with their bowling attack, I'd imagine. Toby Rowland-Jones in particular, but that one's just squared up Higgins there a little. Shoots away off a thick edge. And 131 for 3 it is. Lots of focus on this man, though. He's the man in. 53 to his name from 89. How big can he go? Middlesex really needs somebody to go all the way here. Number 3 coming in to face the second ball of the match, and he's still there.
Tucked nicely off the hips from Holden. Bringing Higgins back onto strike. Higgins missed out on a couple of games. A slight knee injury that he picked up in the final one-day cup game against Hampshire. Missed out on the 4-day game against Northampton. Imagine Taylor's, but it was back against Yorkshire. Scored 155 straight back in the runs, averaging just shy of 89 in red ball cricket. This season is Ryan Higgins. He's the key man in the middle order.
Top ball again. This is good from Gloucestershire against Higgins. Short mid-on in place, catching on the drive, or indeed the close face, leading edge. Keeper standing up. Price bowling at the stumps. There we go. Wicket to wicket from Price. How are the feet moving early in the innings is the question. So Higgins, who made a real name for himself in Bristol. The one that got away for so many years, Middlesex. They really didn't want him to go. And the whole time, they really wanted him to come back. Got him back in the end. Great servant as he was to Gloucestershire in that time. Clearly have a ploy here against their former teammate. And he'll get off the mark with that one. And with relish as well. Price drops short and Higgins hooks hard. All the way up the slope as well to the grandstands. Off the mark, 12th ball with the boundary.
Yeah, nicely put away from Higgins. Didn't quite get all of it, but got enough on it. Just be disappointed. Their Price, last ball of the over. Just allowing Higgins to get off the mark. They were building up a nice bit of pressure.
6-1-36 for 3.
Vector again from the pavilion end, finding a bit of zip. He's bowled his spell from the nursery end this morning. Bowling a little straight. He had a leg slip in place to Max Holden. Line of approach. Bring the ball into the pads, try and get Holden playing around the corner to the awaiting leg slip. It's a good start after lunch this for the visitors. They would have been a little bit disappointed with letting Middlesex get to the position that they did at lunch after picking up the wicket of Robson first up. Mark Stoneman attacking 42. Ian Holden built a lovely partnership.
A little ting was the glass of champagne that Haley brought us up. Spot again. To Higgins, top of off stump. They'll know if he gets in the danger that he possesses, the threat he possesses. Scored a double century here against a Kookaburra in the first game of the season, first double century of his career.
They've started well against Ryan Higgins. They know those first 20, 30 deliveries before Higgins gets his eye in, before he gets into double figures. They're the key moments. Got to try and test him around that front pad. Get that ball moving back down the slope. Build the dots. A bit of release. Just a bit straight. Higgins tucking down to fine leg for a single. Keeps the strike. There's the all-rounder. Middlesex 138 for 3. 33 overs gone. Couple of jumpers and jackets on. It's a bit of a breeze blowing across the ground today. Bit of a chill in the air.
Is that an Australia top underneath that jacket there, the green and yellow?
Could well be. Aussies over for a few T20s.
It's sport Sam Robson, clearly. That's true. Hooked away. 4 more. Higgins on to 9. Keeper standing up as well. Wasn't that short. Higgins happy hooking. Standing up tall to that. Almost on 1 foot. Peterson used to do this a lot, didn't he? The back foot would come up in the air, put all his weight forward onto that front foot when he's driving on the up. Driving on the up again, thick edge. boundary. Third in the innings for Higgins. He's on to 13, but just a little bit of width for him to play with for the first time there, and very nearly offering a chance.
Yeah, it's better length from Price. Higgins driving off that front foot. Just dropped short. A couple of deliveries. Higgins pulling away, finding the boundary. That one a little bit more. A moral victory for the bowler. Always very stable in the middle, Ryan Higgins. Batter that never really looks flustered. He's got the ability to really take the game to the bowling attack. Got to challenge him in that corridor of uncertainty. Round the outside off stump. Get that slope. Bringing the edge into play. Price finding a little bit of movement through the air. It's a big moment in this game, and Gloucestershire know it as well, just tinkering with the field. Short cover now in place.
Cracked to cover. Bounces away from the fielder. Hammond in there. It's really hit hard by Higgins, though. I mentioned that 200 he got at the start of the season. 200 for Max Holden in that second Kookaburra round. That was at Wantage Road against Northamptonshire. So a double century for either of those. This year, Higgins, of course, got 155 last week at Yorkshire in another Kookaburra round. I'm just trying to remember back to how he did at Northamptonshire in the second round against the Kookaburra. Did he follow the double ton with more runs at Wantage Road? Middlesex were 5-5-3 for 2 in that match. That's beautifully timed, beautifully played. Short boundary there, but a couple set back. Higgins bisects them. And he's on to 18.
Yeah, it's been the case for Gloucestershire today. They build up a little bit of pressure and then just a couple of deliveries, allowing Middlesex batter to find the boundary. The 150 comes up, run rate of 4.42. It's quite a high run rate for a county championship.
Single more for Higgins. The reason why I can't remember Higgins' score at Northamptonshire is because he did not bat. 5-5-3 for 2. 211 not out for Holden, 196 not out for Deploy that final day. It was abandoned due to the heavy winds that were battering the country. It was too dangerous to get the covers off. Middlesex were hoping with the scores, well, they had a lead of 1 going into that final day. They were hoping to go out and thrash a couple of hundred perhaps. Just see where it went in the final 2 sessions. Nice from Holden, only as far as cover though. Just leaning into it, opening the face. But yeah, 211 for Holden, 377 balls, 16 fours in that innings. Deploy, it is 196 at nearly a run of balls, 16 fours and 4 sixes. Middlesex were really looking to get going on the final day, but yeah, blue skies unfortunately. The wind's too heavy to take the covers off. But Middlesex to have a go at Northamptonshire on the final day of the game. And in answer to all that then, Higgins, whenever facing a Kookaburra, gets a 3-figure score. That's nice. That's a fizzing one down the slopes. Or the slope. Lovely.
Beaten the bat a few times, come close to the edge. Gloucestershire today, we saw Archie Bailey on debut. Test to the outside edge.
Now again. Piece of string at the moment for Actor. Holden was pulling the string of the curtain earlier. He dragged the bat across the face of it. That one he was definitely playing at. Squared up by a fine ball down the slope. 152 for 3. 35 bowls. And a wicket at Grace Road for Leicestershire. Yorkshire 19 for 1 in reply to the Foxes 98 all out. Bean caught Rahane. Bowled right for 5, Chris Wright. Replacement handle, replacement grip I should say, for Ryan Higgins. It's a fabulous beard from umpire Baldwin. New addition this year clearly.
He's had that shaped.
He's had it dyed by the look of it as well.
He knows he's going to be on the stream. I reckon that's why. Bat maintenance complete from Ryan Higgins. Quickly into his work. Raced on to 20. Took 12 deliveries to get off the mark. On to 20 from the next 12. This is the key partnership for Middlesex now. Still plenty of batting to come, but this is the strong middle order. Holden and Higgins, two key players in good form.
It's a good stop. Mid off. Bailey coming around. Bright spells this morning, which infused everybody that watched. Young quick bowler running in hard and fast. Targeting those pads again. Who's in there? Anyone famous? Anyone famous? Cool. Did I tell you? I asked Cornwell this morning if he could leave that song. Did I tell you? Nice one, we'll do that. Yeah. End of the over. Can we get someone on it, Dan? End of the 36th. Middlesex 1-5-4 for 3. And that's the President's box here at Lord's. The awards have been handed out at lunch today for volunteers within Middlesex Cricket. Handed out by Angus Fraser, looking for that familiar figure there somewhere. He was umpiring here at Lord's on Saturday, on Friday indeed. We can come back to that in a moment. But can we go right side box? Yeah, that's close. But a lovely viewing spot that is, the President's box at Lord's. Opposite the scorer's box, opposite Old Father Time. Look straight down the square from side on. Beautiful balcony to watch the cricket. Perfect spot to watch this one though. Could have been the pavilion end or the nursery end. If you're sat in the Edrich, this is what you saw. Bounce and leaving Holden. Danger zone.
It's 3 and 3 that Akhtar's now beaten Holden. 2 at the end of the last over. First delivery here. He's getting a little bit more success from the pavilion end. Looks like he's got a head of steam.
And another. Now that doesn't particularly get up as it goes down the slope. Taken down towards the toes by Bracey. Only just beats the edge and then down it goes.
Not got up a lot. That one from Akhtar. I think he's maybe just pitching a little short. If he wants to find that edge, he needs to just pitch that ball a yard or two fuller.
And there goes another one. Now that one goes through to the gloves of the keeper. Well, to be honest, the illustration there is obviously this one. Last one, fingers pointing to the toes for Bracey. This one, similar line, similar length through to the hip. Nothing untoward about it. It's actually something I think that Middlesex, or if I were Middlesex, I'd be looking at it and thinking that could be interesting come day 4. Gloucestershire winning the toss, putting Middlesex in. 1-5-4 for 3, 2 down at lunch. Just lost a ploy after the interval. Very good ball from Price. Bracey with the catch. They're bringing in another slip here. Or a gully. 3 slips in a gully now. He might have just played the line on that one, Holden. A length on that one alone would have had Holden fancying he didn't have to push at that. He's out of the crease a long way. Oh, I don't know, maybe he did. Tucking that bat in behind the front pad, but probably after the ball's gone through. And Holden lays bat on it.
He'll be happy to get up the other end there, Max Holden. 6 deliveries in a row from Akhtar to Holden across a couple of overs, beating the bat on each occasion. Holden probably say he played inside the line on a couple. Remember Michael Carberry used to do that a lot. Looked like he'd be playing and missing, playing and missing, playing and missing, but actually he would just be drawing the bat inside the line. There's good pressure from Akhtar. How can he go at the right-handed Higgins?
Oh, now back and across there, Higgins. Can we have a look at that front one, please? Leg by as it is, but this is the slope at Lord's. I'd say on most grounds they'd have been appealing for this, but it wasn't far away. Height's an issue with that one as well. The angle of the slope also affects that. 156 for 3. Mike Gassing, second right in the committee room there. Can't quite see if that's Radder's next to him. I don't think it is. Clive Radley. Alan Coleman, director of cricket, on the far left. Chief Executive Andrew Cornish in the middle at the back, I think. Yes.
You've got a good eyesight, Kev. Higgins just taking a couple of steps down the track. Against Price, yeah, just having a quick look around the grounds. So in the Test match, Sri Lanka completing a famous victory over England at the Oval, 219 for 2. They chased down those runs. Patan Nisanka finishing 127 not out from 124. A wonderful innings from him on day 4.
Has he tickled it? He has. Higgins goes for 20. A strangle down the leg side. 20 from 31. The tongue's out for Bracey. The tails up here for Gloucestershire. Now they've got rid of Ryan Higgins. Leas Deploy gone in the afternoon as well. The 2 openers in the morning. Higgins trying to help it on its way. Through it goes. Fine to Bracey. I won't believe he's gone in that fashion, Higgins, but he has. And he's gone for 20. Caught Bracey off the bowling of Price. Middlesex 156 for 4.
Yeah, what a huge moment. Huge wicket for Gloucestershire. Tom Price picking up his 3rd. Big wickets now of Mark Stoneman, Leas Deploy and Ryan Higgins. Just starting to get into his flow as well was Ryan Higgins. Gone for 20. It's one of those, count yourself a little bit unlucky, but chasing it down the leg side. Just a thick inside edge. A comfortable catch for Bracey, but that's reward for Gloucestershire. Actor building pressure from the pavilion end. Beating the bat. Price is getting movement through the air. There's plenty in it for the bowlers. Might just be that lacquer has started to come off the Kookaburra ball as well. Just leading to a little bit more movement through the air. Testing time for Middlesex. And new man is wicket keeper Jack Davis. Another left-hander to join Max Holden at the crease. Job to do here for Middlesex. This game, this innings could really swing either way. That wicket of Higgins who just swung things in Gloucestershire's favour. Yeah, 156 for 4. Gloucestershire will feel if they can just nick another 1 or 2 wickets, they can restrict Middlesex to a low first innings score and back up that decision to bowl first here at Lord's.
As close as we've got to the sun breaking through, I think, today. Still see a glint of sunshine. This is as bright as it's been, but it's Gloucestershire's moment. Davies at the crease. They're bringing up square leg. 2 slips and the gully crouch down. Right in behind that, Davies. Second wicket at Grace Roads for Leicestershire. They were all out for 98. Yorkshire are 21 for 2. Lyth's gone for 10. 31 deliveries. Caught Cox, bowled Holland. Wharton and Luxton there. Looking pretty green at Grace Road from the images we can see. And of course you can see as well when watching any of the highlights. Do that on a device. Oh, now he's back, he's fine. Do that on a device other than the one you're watching on the stream, obviously. That wouldn't have been the way to lose Holden. Nice looking drive from Davies. Both of whom have opened the innings for Middlesex over the years. Davies' first class debut against Hampshire here at Lord's, opening up 2020 and 2021 actually.
round the wicket. Price to left-handed Jack Davis. Off the back of 61 runs against Yorkshire up in Headingley last week. Decent white ball competition as well. 46 in that last game against Hampshire at Merchant Taylors in the 50 over competition. This is a moment for Gloucestershire now, keeping the pressure on. Another very successful over, wicket maiden for Tom Price, 3 for 38 from his 12 overs. It's been the pick of the bowlers for his Gloucestershire attack. Middlesex in a spot of bother at 156 for 4. Plenty of starts. This man deserves some reward for that wicket of Higgins as well. He's bowled really well since lunch at the pavilion end, changing ends as actor, and although not got the wicket reward himself, building those dot balls, building the pressure, led to the wickets of Lias Deploy and Ryan Higgins. 2 big fish gone in this afternoon session.
Oh, yes, no. Holden has to get back. Throw to the wicket-keeper's end. A dive from Holden. I think he'd have just made it back. A slight apology to Davies. It might have been a single there. Might have been. Given how far he'd gone and got back with the dive, but Davies' call to say no. It's probably a pretty fair one at this stage of the innings. Middlesex don't need a run out. There's the little shuffle. Early call, yes, no, yes, yeah, no, no. Phew.
It's good fielding, just to restrict that single as well. Actor's build up some nice pressure against Holden. They want to keep him on strike, beat the bat. 6 times in 6 deliveries across the last couple of overs. I want to keep that pressure on if they can pick up the wicket of Holden now. Davis has just come to the crease. Josh Carey is in next. Followed by Luke Holman, Roland Jones, Helman Brooks. So they bat all the way down Middlesex, but they're going to need a good first innings score.
It was Davies' Lord's debut when he opened the innings against Hampshire. He did make his first-class debut actually in 2020, so it was 2021 was the Lord's debut. 2020 was indeed the first-class debut. That was at Canterbury. He batted for 91 minutes for 13, 64 balls in an innings with Robbie White where they were keeping Kent at bay. Middlesex have been reduced to 68 for 4. Robbie White was up on that balcony earlier, hit 99. He's not up there now. Robson in the middle. Lias Deploy and Mark Stoneman, 3 of the 4 that have fallen. Only Higgins to make his way out there now. But yeah, White's hit 99 and Davies 13 before his LBW to Stevens, but it really kept Kent at bay. 269 all out. It was a match that was drawn in the end. Kent were 191. Nice shot. Shove down the ground from Holden. Picks up a couple. Holden was the first to go, in fact, in that innings. Courtman bowled Milnes for 2. Eskenazi at 3, Robson opening, White at 5, Anderson at 6, Davies at 7. Davies at 6, sorry. Anderson was at 5, White at 4. Simpson, Harris, Bamber, Cummins and Waller Luita. Where was Murtagh, I hear you ask? Must have been injured. Rarity that. Down between 2020 in that COVID year, there would have been only Ireland duty at that point for Murtagh, if he wasn't already retired by then indeed. 158 for 4. There's the score here, but yeah, Counter then skittled for 191 with 89 from some bloke called Joe Denley. Coming in at 3. 5 for Miguel Cummins in that one. And the second innings, Middlesex 169 for 1 declared. Robson with 82. Holden with 72, where he was caught Denley off O'Riordan and Eskenazi 16. With 10 from 16. Holden 72 is off 81 as Middlesex were looking to get themselves into a position to bowl Kent out. They were set 248 Kent, but finished 70 without loss after 57 minutes of batting. So yeah, that was Davies' first class debut. His Lord's debut as an opener though. Another wicket at Hove, where Glamorgan were 4 down at lunch, lost a couple quickly. They're now 7 down. It's Bailey's return from the nursery end. He bowled pretty well this morning. Glamorgan 135 for 7 at Hove. 56 for Carlson, the top score. Douthwaite still there on 15. First wicket of the game for Ollie Robinson, would you believe? In his 11th over, 1 for 20. 4 maidens picking up. Cook bowled him for 17.
Yeah, Sussex, another side, that made their way to finals day in the Blast in the all-South affair. Gloucestershire here. Sussex, Surrey and Somerset be making their way out to Edgbaston. As will the mascots for the famous mascot race. It's always my favourite part of finals day.
Cut hard. Davies off the mark with a boundary.
Yeah, wonderful shot. Jack Davies, very confident back foot cut. Bit of width from Archie Bailey, and Jack Davies not missing out. Wicket keepers tend to be very strong square of the wicket. Lovely way to get off the mark. Pick the gap beautifully, and there's no need to run, just rehearse the stroke. Elsewhere, as well on the international stage, the women's one-day series, England playing against Ireland. At the moment, England 320 for 8 from their 50 overs. Tammy Beaumont, 150 not out. Maddie Villiers featuring in that game, Sunriser, all-rounder. Scored 14 runs with the bat.
Stop at mid-off and keeps Holden honest at the non-striker's end as well, throwing down the stumps. That might not be the worst thing in the world. Low scoring. .40 overs bowled here, Middlesex 162 for 4. They'll be hoping now that this ball is getting a little older. They'll be able to start cashing in soon on the runs. Not just yet, they can't get carried away at all. They've still got to build the foundation of this innings, try and keep those wickets in hand if they can. They've lost 4 big ones so far, arguably their 4 biggest. But I think there's too much argument about it. Two former England Test openers and Deploy and Higgins. Probably the biggest two names at moments. Although Robson is in great form. What a wicket he was for Gloucestershire to get first ball of the match. Now, say, ball's getting a little bit older, but that's nothing to really get carried away about the fact that you score between 60 and 80. It's the theory against a Duke's ball, really, in England. Whether it'll be the case against a Kookaburra, which may reverse at that point, now that we're in the late stages of the season. What it might also do is offer some spin. Zaffa's into the attack. Back and across, Holden, a bit of turn there up the slope. For the left arm spin of Zaffa, bit of bounce. It'll be interesting. Middlesex have gone with the two spinners, off spinner De Carey's and leg spinner Holman.
Zafar Goa, Pakistani international, got a really good T20 record. Played one test match, one ODI, one of those that maybe will feel like he could have had a slightly longer international career. Still only 29. It's a beautiful shot. Davis pitched up, outside off stump. Davis with his second boundary. Emphatic drive. Zafar Goa making his one-day international debut in 2015 against England. At the age of 19. He's been at Gloucestershire for a little while now. There's 292 first-class wickets. (123 list A, 74 T20). Good left arm spinner. Be interesting to see what this surface does offer. If there is any spin, will encourage Middlesex bowlers as well. Luke Holman, Josh De Carey's, the two frontline spinners in this game. There's Deploy as well. Occasionally Sam Robson, plenty of spin options. It's a nice area. Zafar Goa, last delivery of the over. Short leg in play, just turning that ball back up the slope into the left-handed Davis. Try and get him inside edging. Bat onto pad. Pop it up for short leg. Boundary from the over, 167 for 4, Middlesex.
Oh, lovely shot from Holden. Stands up tall so it just strokes it away. I don't want to go too hard at it on that length. Especially against Bailey, a little bit of pace, but he's extracted a bit of bounce off this surface. 5 centuries for Holden. Mentioned the double century earlier this season in the Kookaburra game. And Played on the hybrid at Bristol. Oh dear. Looking for two here, back they come. Every little helps, they say. Well, at certain supermarkets they do. Two more to hold on to 64, but yeah, he got the double century at Wantage Road. And at Bristol. It was one in the first innings and 111 in the second. Ryan Higgins with 155 in that innings as well. Marchant Langer been having some fun with Middlesex in the first innings. Finding some real bounce on the hybrid surface. 6 for 49 he took in the first dig. Came and joined us on the mic. On for 109 in the second. Five centuries in total. His first two were for Northamptonshire when he was on loan. And his first for Middlesex. It's in 2018 here against Derbyshire. Almost to the day. A little bit of a wait for those runs this season when he got the double ton and the 111. Can he make it back to back against Gloucestershire? He's on to 65 and he is the key really, you'd think, now to this innings. Jack Davies, Josh De Carey's another who opened the batting for Middlesex.
And De Carey's scoring a wonderful 150, opening the batting in the twos just last week. 3-day friendly against Zimbabwe A.
Double Tenio on 7-2 for 4. So five of Middlesex's top 7 have opened. Only Deploy and Higgins yet to open for the county. Higgins, I think, came in as high as 3 at one point, I seem to remember, when he first broke through. Used to have the Gubbins and Higgins partnership.
That's why you throw Nathan Fernandez into the mix. Not playing in this game, but he's another that's opened the batting. So Middlesex not short of options for the top of the order.
It'll be De Carey's in next. Then Holman and Roland Jones. Worked away. Fine of the mid-wicket fielder. Attempted a sprawling stop. He hurt himself as well. A roll to get back up for Hammond, but he looks all right. Deep square, holding them to a single. But it does feel as though Holden is the key. Davies. He's not just there to make up the numbers. Thumps that down the ground for 6. It's a bold shot early in his innings from the Middlesex wicketkeeper.
Oh, what a strike. And Davies has been positive since arriving at the crease. Couple of steps down the track. Not too worried about much turn there. Straight back over the bowler's head into the pavilion. For the first maximum of the game.
Zaffer follows it up with one that goes straight on. right in behind that one, Davies. Left arm over from the pavilion end, so he's got to turn it up the slope, Zafar. It's the bounce that'll be key, the short leg there in place just behind Davies. Be a big threat. But if he drops a little short, Davies will happily rock back. You wouldn't really fancy that you're going to get yourself in too much trouble in terms of a LBW there. There's a left-hander to the left arm spinner. Holden, such a key player of spin as well, and he swept that hard, and he might just beat the fielder as well. He does. On to 70, Holden. This really could be a very big moment in the match now. Wicket first ball of the innings, first ball of the match to remove Robson, but Middlesex fighting back, getting themselves into a good position. And Holden, he gets himself into a good position to play spin. He's one of the key players of spin in the Middlesex side. It's a good reverse sweep as well, but the orthodox sweep pulled out for that one. 184 for 4.
Yeah, it's a good approach as well to take on the spinner. Try and take the attack to Zafar Goa. That means they might have to bring the pacers back into the attack. Get plenty of overs in their legs.
Use of a wicket at Grace Road. Yorkshire 3 down. 13 wickets. They haven't had half a day of play just yet. So 30 for 3 in the 18th. Luxton caught Curry, bowled Scriven. Wharton with 6 to his name. Still 68 behind Yorkshire, 7 wickets standing. Wright, Holland, Curry and Scriven, that attack. Morgan still holding on down at Hove. They're 148 for 7. Northamptonshire, Derbyshire also in action in Division 2. 135 for 6. Northamptonshire at home at Wantage Road. Division 1, all eyes on Somerset. 155 for 4 now. Another one's gone against Surrey. The rest of the table hoping to stop the charge. Oh, inside edge. Back up the track from Davies. Looking to drive at that one. Abel and Banton came together with the score on 93 for 3, but Abel's gone for 49, bowled Shakib Al Hassan. When did Al Hassan join Surrey?
As of about 10 PM last night. Literally just drafted in for this one game. Extraordinary, really.
Ho from Davies. Through it goes, looking for that pickup shot. We saw Stoneman positive earlier, but then eventually fell to that very shot. Top edging. Keep saying it, but it's the brightest moment of the day. There's nearly a glimpse of blue where that plane is descending. Makes you a little bit further to the left of the floodlight on the left. Nearly a slither of blue there. Just a bit of hazy cloud in front of it. Not quite that glint of sunshine we've been looking for all day. Let's hope for it this evening. 10:30 starts in September. Light becomes an issue. You really do need blue skies by the evening session to be untroubled from the lights. That'll be the case at Derbyshire and at Hove the final few weeks of the season. Don't worry, got the line lined up, Tom. 184 for 4. Sharp single, overthrow, buzzers, and a chase on here as well for long on. They'll get back for 2, and they'll settle on that. Nice bit of flight from Zaffa. Little edgy. Down the slope it goes. We've got to do this on comms cam, right? Can we get a chair for the member just to sit in the middle? Who is the member? Poppy's there, can you see it? Yeah. But then is the member going to have, the member might have Poppy on the lap anyway. Inside edge. Oh, ricochets around everywhere. Inside edge onto the back pads, onto the front, back again. Just neatly clips that heel. Crucially, roll towards the stumps. Gets that one through. Look for a couple. Holder's running it hard, the second. Davies says no to the third. 190 for 4.
Did you see it? How they managed to run into the top left? Yes, I did see that. That was good. Well, on one like that, it's almost worth it for running a camp. No, when they're up and down, it will be square on. Fair enough. Yeah, it's the static, isn't it? Fair enough.
Run away by Davies. It was in the air for a bit. How much he intended of that. Looking for the cut. How late he meant it to be. The direction as well. Run 3 on this one though. 193 for 4. I feel pretty happy about their life at the moment, Middlesex.
I was going to say it's quite nice just to start the innings match position, maybe.
Sure. Oh, he's hooked at that. Now, did he get anything on it? Glove from the keeper. Umpire's going to signal, so he didn't, but it looked to me as though there was a deflection. It might have just been off the surface, changed the angle of it, but let's have another look. They picked up 2. Let's watch as it goes past. No, maybe not. Over the top of it. It's a good leave. 2 byes taken off the ball before. Let's have a look down the leg side there. Just swings a little and dips on passing the bat. That's scooped up into the air by Holden, not intentionally. Threw it too early. Cover thought he was in business for a moment. I think Holden may have feared as well that he was. He looks at the toe end of his bat. Gets a couple to end the over. This is interesting. I think it might have just moved up the slope. Took it away from Holden. He ended up stretching for it. 197 for 4. Partnership has ticked along to 41.
Yeah, these two have done really well. Just to put Middlesex back on top. When that wicket of Ryan Higgins fell, 156 for 4. He found another quick wicket then in Gloucestershire. Be really with their tails up, but Jack Davis has come to the crease and quick fire 21. Holden batting positively, ticking along nicely. These two building for Middlesex at a time of need.
A little bit short and punished. 201 for 4. I'll tell you what, Davies has made that look a worse ball than it was perhaps. Here's the angle, just a little short, a little wide. He's looking for that bounce really. He might have to try changing ends for Zaffa, but 200 on the boards for Middlesex, 49 runs for a batting point. Gloucestershire, bearing in mind, Yorkshire, bearing in mind, already have 3 at Grace Road. Middlesex will hope to get on the board there. 46 for 3 at the moment, Gloucestershire, so Yorkshire, sorry. On their way to that Leicestershire first innings total of 98. Glamorgan 153 for 7.
Yeah, Davis has been really proactive at the crease, especially against the spinner, driving through the offside nicely. At 1-6 down the ground, coming down the track, hitting back over the top of the bowler into the pavilion. It's a better area from Zafar. Landed that one nicely. Davis just playing away from his pad. There's a bit of a gap there. If he can find some turn, but he'll have to come back up the slope. Zafar 25 off his 3.5 so far, so as a spinner you either need to be there to take wickets or dry up the runs, and this pair have done well just to find the boundary against Zafar Goa and might force a change in the bowling attack.
End of the 47th. We're nearly the halfway point of the first day, 2:01 for 4. Another 17 overs until tea. Which feels like a pretty big hour for Middlesex. Noah Cornwell running on change of gloves. Saw him this morning, actually asked him about that 6 that he hit against Somerset here. And he positioned it at the bottom of the mast of the MCC pennant. Meets the top of the grandstand, so he cleared that little gap there in between the 2 stanchions at the top of the grandstand. For those who know the ground well, never seen anybody clear that stand before. Seen a few try and come close. Karen Pollard against Tim Mercer. Sorry, Mats. Then Pollard hit Udall back over his head and very nearly over the pavilion. It hit a lift shaft at the back, or a chimney at the back. So it didn't actually clear the pavilion, although most would say that was pretty rough because there was no roof on the pavilion when Albert Trott cleared it, let alone the bits at the back. Now here's the man that got it all going today for Gloucestershire. Singdale back on 1 for 30 from 8 with 4 maidens. He's on from the nursery end. 2 slips. Second's quite wide. Spread out in there. Backward point, cover point, extra cover, mid off, mid on. Deep square and long leg. It's mid on that comes down to collect.
Was the second slip visible in the static there? Do you want to go wide shot?
Those 2 slips. Quite a gap between the keeper and slip. Almost like a second and a fourth. It's a nice looking drive, just wide of mid off. Edged away, just fine of backward points. They'll take 2, and they'll think about the third, a slip and a slide as they keep that one in play. 205 for 4. Holden's on to 76. One's come at the over. Top ball ends the over, 204 for 5. Now, they do say in TV, never work with children or dogs. I've got Dom and Poppy on the mic together at the same time here, which is extremely dangerous. Fortunately, got Barbara here as well to bring some sense to it all. Barbara, lovely to have you with us. Dementia Adventure. Dementia Adventure is the name of the charity associated with the Middlesex. That's why you're here today with a therapy dog called Poppy.
That's right, and she's had a wonderful time. Lots of children there and adults who've really enjoyed a cuddle, a stroke, and Poppy's had a great day. And she's found everyone so welcoming. Round, it's been brilliant.
Zaffa. Oh, short, pulled away. Just a single out to the boundary. So everybody around the grounds enjoyed it. Well, the media centre as well. I haven't had a chance to say hello to Poppy yet. Poppy. Far better behaved than Tom. So Poppy here today for Dementia Adventure. Where would Poppy usually be?
On a Monday she goes to a coroner's court to support families attending inquests, so that's her main job.
And where has she been today? What part of the ground?
She's been everywhere except for the pavilion.
Has she not got a tie on?
She hasn't, but she does like bacon and eggs.
Single down to long on 207 for 4. Where next to a Poppy this afternoon after we've stolen her for a few minutes?
We'll be going home, and tomorrow she will be visiting our local care home. Tell him to come back.
How long has Poppy been?
She's been doing it for a year now.
Top ball again, pushed back up the track. So when did Poppy and how did Poppy become a therapy dog?
She's been supporting a friend of mine who's 96 now for a number of years, so we knew that she was very good with the elderly. And then we heard about the charity, Therapy Dogs Nationwide.
And how is it the nature of the dog? Is there some sort of training?
It's all about assessment of her temperament, so she responded really well that she doesn't react to loud noises, that anyone can groom her, stroke
Probably a
her.
good thing sat next to me.
So it is all about temperament, and she obviously has a good temperament.
Definitely does. Although when a wicket falls, that might change.
It could do.
We'll test Poppy.
Please don't.
Yeah, you don't want a wicket at the moment. You are a Middlesex fan and a Middlesex member.
Absolutely.
We should remember as well. And a very good day for Middlesex so far.
better than the start.
Have you had a chance to see much of it?
Not much.
Coming to 4 on 4.
Oh, edged gone. 207 for 5. Holden's gone for 77. That was a lovely ball from Singdale. From the nursery end up the slope. A little dabble from Holden. 77 for 133. Holden just has a little dabble. That's a beautiful ball. Looking so good for so long, Max Holden out there, but still a little bit in the pitch. And Singdale finding the spot, finding his second wicket. He got the first to go, Robson, with the first ball of the match. He's probably got the biggest wicket now, bearing in mind Holden, the only batter to go past 50. 77 for Middlesex's number 3. An excellent innings for him out there to the second ball of the match. And he's held it all together. It's been a really crucial innings, but that's a massive breakthrough for Gloucestershire. 207 for 5. So here's Josh De Carey's coming out to join Jack Davies. He's moved along to 29 from 41 at a good rate. It's a solid partnership, that, for the 5th wicket. 207 for 5 being the score as this one comes together. So to Carey's, it is. Who comes out to join Davies? Yeah, that partnership came together with the score on 156 for 4. So 51 was the partnership. And still plenty to do, still 43 runs for a batting point. Middlesex will be thinking big here. They've got themselves into good positions. They've got themselves a few batters more than getting in. Holden especially, obviously, with 77. Stoneman's 42. But deployed 24, Higgins 20 and Davies 29. It's crucial now that somebody in the middle order goes on. Ball into its 50th over. 3 slips in place for De Carey's first ball then. Sending down a deep third as well, interestingly. Thought it might go across to gully, but it's deep third. Have you got the wide shot, please? That's it. Let me just see. I think it's the youngster heading down to deep third. There's the first ball. It's right on the spot. It's a good one. 3 slips in place, and once again Gloucestershire on the attack. So never work with dogs and kids. They're on screen together. We've got to say goodbye to Poppy, who's off to see more important people than us. Well done, Poppy, for surviving the Max Holden wicket when I was jumping up and down.
How many runs is Josh De Carey's going to get, Poppy? A century, apparently.
It's nicely played by De Carey's. Might get off the mark with the boundary here. Lovely on drive. Long chase for mid-on. Come back for 3 to get De Carey's off the mark. 210 for 5. Right-handed, left-handed combination.
Thank you. Lovely to meet you, Barbara. Thank you. Thank you.
You're tuning in as well. Or what about one now, Fletch, if you like that? Standing up there?
It's the light in the background. That's the problem.
We'll go from that side and get the Middlesex thing in the background.
Do that. 3 on 3. There we go.
Yeah, exactly.
That's just some false exterior. I just want to cuddle. Everyone. Cuddles, come on. Well done. This is Josh giving idiot.
210 for 5, 1 ball to go. The 50th. Middlesex should be thinking about facing a second new ball. They haven't got to this position unless the ball starts to reverse. And they've done so much hard work to get to this point. Cut away. Gets through. They'll pick up a couple. Davies into the 30s. Only the second Middlesex batter to get into the 30s. Can we grab a shot of the scoreboard, please? Or we can just put the innings card up to
End of the Singdale over. Wicket from it.
a shot of the scoreboard. Or
This is Singdale's second and a big wicket of Max Holden.
Yeah, look at that. Everybody's got to start, bar Robson. The key for Middlesex now, somebody's got to go on. Somebody's got to take this a little bit further. Holman in next. Roland Jones. Hellman Brooks. They can all seriously bat. But it's the two that are in the middle now, Davies and DeCaries. They'll want to take their chances as well here. Davies had a good year. Good first year replacing John Simpson behind the stumps. It's been a long, hard year for him. First real exposure to cricket at this level over a prolonged period of time like this. Takes its toll, mind and body. Josh DeCaries, he's been in and out in his time with Middlesex. They had a decent little run last year that actually led to an England Lions training camp in the winter as a result of his wickets as an off-break bowler. But it was as a batter that he began. I'm sure that it's as a batter that he will want to really make his name still. Left arm spin. It's a right-hand bat. This is what Zafar would have wanted. This is his moment as well against DeCaries. Spinner to spinner. Brings slip into play, that outside edge, the off-break, but short leg there as well. Bancroft's under the lid. That's a good ball, right on the spot. That's where Zafar wants to leave it. Punched into the covers. That's a really, really good stop in there by Price. Denies DeCaries the single.
Landing it nicely. Zafar, 27 runs off his first 5 overs, but is able to get a string of dots together now. Gloucester building the pressure again. A huge wicket of Max Holden. The set man.
Oh, that's a nice little clip. Just a single. Wide-ish mid-on, but well wide of the field. There's only a deep mid-wicket then, so as long as you're in front of the short leg, it's a single to be taken. 2:13 for 5, end of the over.
Yeah, a good partnership between Davis and Holden, but Singdale just finding that outside edge, giving James Bracey a 4th catch of the innings so far. He's collected 4 of the wickets out of the 5. Bringing Josh DeCaries to the crease, a man in form. Hit a wonderful 151 not out for Middlesex second 11 just last week. 3-day game against Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe A team. So he's in form and he's back in the side. He'll be in for his bowling as well on a pitch that looks like it could be inducive to turn, but he's got a job to do with the bat.
Feels like a real opportunity this for De Carey's. Opening bat, really good. I think he was replacing Robson, batting alongside Stoneman at the top. Robson injured at one point. Now De Carey's his debut. Scored a century against Yorkshire at Headingley. Not a first-class match though, sadly. It was for Leeds Bradford Uni, no longer holding the first-class status. Oh, that's tight. Was there an inside edge? If there was not, then that was very, very close. There's the disappointment. First thing we've got to look for was there any hint of an inside edge on this. Oh, back leg. Hit high up on the back leg. I think that's the only thing that saved him, is having hit on the back leg above the knee roll. Here we go. The height. Careful, careful, careful. The height is what was on the umpire's mind, but as you can see from square on, Josh De Carey's, if there wasn't an inside edge, which we don't think there was, then he's a pretty lucky boy. On the spot again, he gets bad on that one. The bend in that back knee has saved De Carey's there, because I think he's low down when he's hit high up on the back leg. It's deceived the umpire to some extent to think that that's higher than it was. Gloucestershire can't believe it.
Yeah, life for Josh De Carey's. Singdale's really got good head of steam here from the nursery ends. He's charging in. Picks up the big wicket of Holden. He's got momentum behind him. He's getting the ball down at some good pace. Targeting that front pad. And the stumps of Josh De Carey's. Not easy for the new batter. Looks like that one might have left him with a bruise as well. Just bending those legs, don't show the pain. Looked like it would have clattered just above the knee, where there's not a lot of protection. He's got to focus in. Now does Josh De Carey's get through these last two deliveries.
That's a glorious shot. A little bit of shape into the right-hander. It's shaped into the slot, just outside off stump, but there for De Carey's to play the shot, and he's played it beautifully. Just leaned into this one. Really nicely played. His first boundary, 217 for 5. Just felt like there was a little bit in the air there. Is that a hint of a reverse, maybe? In some ways, Middlesex will hope so, in others they'll hope not at this particular point in the match. Might have just been the angle and the dip. 217 for 5 into the 52nd. We've got another 12 overs to tea on the first day here. A day in the balance. Always got to wait until both sides have batted, but 217 for 5. It could have been an awful lot worse. That man in the foreground, picking up Sam Robson. First ball of the game. These two trying to settle things after that fine 77 from Holden. Middlesex will really, really want to add a substantial number more to this, though, from this position and from the position they've been in at various points in this innings, and they've looked like they might just get away. They might just start to get going. Is that the first 50 partnership? No, it wasn't second, because the first second wicket. Yeah. And the third wicket. Was it? Yeah. There we go. John put up partnerships at some point. Slipping a short leg. I'll hold that point till then, because it's a good illustration. We've had points to do it.
Over it. Leicestershire versus Yorkshire. Yorkshire currently 83 for 4. Johnny Bairstow is out. And he scored a big ton against Middlesex last week.
ball. Lovely line and length. Carey's wary of a bit of turn up the slope. Davies, sorry.
Yorkshire now trailing by just 15 runs, but 4 wickets down, so Leicestershire just trying to claw their way back into that game after being bowled out for 98. I think this is the attack that Zafar will want. Bowling to the right-handed. Just to Carey. He's only got 1 ball in this over.
Oh, that was placed nicely. Backed up to it. To Carey's. Played it with plenty of time. Strokes back. Oh, he wants something. Needs to get rid of his sweater. I've just got rid of mine. It's getting hot up here as well. 218 for 5.
Have you brought your sanitising wipes?
Yeah, big moment. Now in the lead up to tea. Just that blanket cloud continues overhead at Lords. Singdale charging in, unlucky not to get the wicket in the last over. Jack Davies looked really good, 32 from 49. It's been very positive at the crease. Very accomplished. It's an important little session coming up before tea. If Middlesex can get through, or if Gloucestershire can pick up 1 or 2 more wickets. This game is very 50-50 in the balance at the moment.
Guided along the floor. Wide shot, please, mate. Slip. Almost 2 gullies rather than 2 slips in a gully. You can see the gap between slip and almost a 4th slip. Gully tucked in there as well. That's whipped away beautifully. On to 36, Davies. 2-2-2-5.
Beautiful shot from Davis. Whipping nicely off his pads. Off the hip. Picking that gap at square leg. It's not a big boundary out there.
Is that Middlesex? That would have been the Hertfordshire cricket one. Was it?
Corporate box in the tavern stand there.
Get that switch on.
Nice stroke. Yes, no. No is the correct call in the end. Well, we once commentated from, or a number of times commentated from that commentary position. And the Compton and the Edrich were being rebuilt. The media centre was off limits, so The tavern executive boxes became temporary commentary positions. Also the backup broadcast line for radio as well in years gone by. Quick run around the back of the ground if all else failed in the media centre. Commentated up there with Liam Dawson during the T20, and Kevin James, former Middlesex all-rounder and Hampshire all-rounder. T20 match. Had one of those spaceman's boots on, protecting his foot, which I think he injured that year at Radlett in a championship match. May well have been 2020 COVID year, 2021 indeed.
4 runs from the over. Singdale's through 12. Middlesex through 54, 222 for 5. Jack Davies looking really good out there, 36, not out. Highest first class score of 68 for the wicket-keeper. Big responsibility for Jack Davies this year, replacing John Simpson. He's made his way down to Sussex. It's Davies' first full season in the side, and he's been ever present every game, featuring just 24 years of age, Jack Davies. Next over. This is the over for Zephyr. He's got all 6 deliveries here at Josh DeCary's slip in play. DeCary's still new to the crease. There's a little bit of turn there. Away from the right-hander. Again, that's moving up the slope. I do wonder if there might be a change of ends. Just see how he gets on from the nursery. The slope in his favour there. Nicely played for a single. DeCary's rotating the strike, bringing Davies back on to face the left arm spin. Davies planting one down the ground beautifully. A few overs ago. Mid-on drop back. 3/4 of the way out in front of that pavilion.
Just a single wide of mid-off.
What's this partnership now? This partnership's moved on to 17 between these two. There's been a lot of starts for Middlesex in this innings. A couple of 50s, a couple of 50 partnerships.
Ball 20 over, 2-2-4 for 5. That's the reason why we were saying Middlesex would be keen to really go bigger than this. That first wicket, obviously, or first baller for Robson. But then 71 for the second wicket, 51 for the third, 34 for the fourth. Holden, Davies sharing a 50-run partnership. They'll want an individual to go big, but they'll want a partnership, having got in as they have on so many occasions, getting a partnership going to go a lot bigger. Try and put Middlesex in a very strong position from the start of this match. So doubt it was a toss that Middlesex would have won and elected to bat, but having been put in, given the opportunity to boss the game from the off, I'm sure they'll be desperately keen to take that opportunity now. That's worked away well by Davies. He's been positive throughout. He hit a 6 early in his innings off Zafar, and Singdale, the man who picked up Robson, first ball of the match, given the treatment now as well. Third batter into the 40s. For Middlesex.
He's been patient outside his off stump as Jack Davies waited for anything on his hip, on his legs. Been very strong. Keeper and slips are doing some odd stretches. If you can get him. But yeah, he's just a couple of beautiful shots through the offside, but in general just waited for the bowlers to come to him, come to his strengths.
Stroke through into the offside. Eighth wicket down at Hove. Glamorgan playing their part. Lost 2 in the morning. 4 in the morning indeed. Then a couple quickly in the afternoon. They're 184 for 8 now. Middlesex having the best of the day with the bat. In Division 2, Gloucestershire all out for 98, Yorkshire. Still 3 down in reply. 94 for 4 indeed now. Bairstow's gone, 4 behind. Stretching for that slightly, but toe end of the bat. Bairstow 18 from just 12 deliveries, 4 fours. So there's Bairstow's thoughts on the pitch at Grace Road. Walton still there with 33 from 55 balls. Tattersall 17 from 31. 94 for 4. That's a lovely square drive from Davies. Width again from Singdale. Heavily punished. Just cracked it with a little check of the drive outside. Off stump. He's on to 45. Middlesex 232 for 6. This will be a lovely shot of it. 232 for 5.
A beautiful yellow bucket hat at the top of the pavilion up there.
Pink baseball as well.
It's busy, populated pavilion on this day one. This big county championship Division 2 affair between Middlesex and Gloucester. This game very much in the balance at the moment. Middlesex just maybe with their noses in front after being put in this morning. Lost Sam Robson, first ball of the game. But this innings of Jack Davies just pushing Middlesex ahead again.
It's a nice clip. Deep square set back. So it'll just be a single for De Carey's. Can Middlesex set themselves up here? Partnership's only worth 26 so far, but De Carey's 10 from 21. 21 balls faced. He'll just start to feel as though he's getting himself in now. crucially this ball. 57th over. 8 overs to tea, so there is that to factor in as well. Try and score against a ball that's 60 to 80 overs old. But they'll have to straddle tea to do that. How many? Sussex have maximum bowling points at Hove. Glamorgan 184 for 9. Middlesex head to Hove at the end of the season. A results pitch there. Sussex will know that a victory in that game will put them very, very close to a return to Division 1. James Harris was doing his best. And he still is, 20 not out. Corvin's the latest to go. 4th for Leonard Cat. 4 for 50. Robinson 1 for 29. Top score of 56 from Carlson. 41 from Douthwaite. Harris with 20. 184 for 9. As Corvin departs, it means Ben Kellaway. No, who's the last to come in? Let's see. Ned Leonard is the last to join James Harris. Yorkshire have passed the 100 mark. They're 102 for 4. And here Middlesex 233 for 5. Promotion race. Well, the scrap for promotion is in full flow right now. Middlesex 17 runs away from getting a batting point on the board. .16 for a batting point, but I'd imagine Middlesex will, very least, have 3 batting points on their mind. Another 100 from here, but ideally get to 400. Yeah, it's just that wickets column, isn't it? 400, I think. I think 150 from here. Partnerships are the key, though, for Middlesex. Bit of the grass taken up there. Knee is okay. There's a smile on the face. That's the main thing. Sim Dale doing that fielding. Doing the damage to the hallowed turf here at Lord's as well. All put together nicely. Doesn't look like they're too concerned. Was that floodlights are not particularly needed at the moment.
Yeah, they've been on all day, haven't they? Just providing that bit of additional light support. There's been some lighter clouds, some darker clouds, but it's just been a blanket of cloud all day.
That's a lovely shot of the side of the, or the front of the media centre there from side on. I only just realised at the end what it was on the side of the shot. Very artistic from Graham. How's Haley doing? Go on, Graham. I can't see her actually. She's moving, isn't she?
Yeah, I can't see her. I reckon they would have done the
They're right at the back, I think.
Are they? Can you see it?
Like top row.
Like bright pink.
Yeah, I can just see some pink.
See that very fluorescent pink.
Tom Price back into the attack. Pick of the bowlers so far for Gloucestershire. It's 3 wickets, big 3 wickets of Mark Stoneman, Leas Deploy and Ryan Higgins. God. And Higgins just chasing one down the leg side. Leas Deploy was a beautiful delivery angled across the left-hander, just nicking behind, and Stoneman top edging an attempted pull shot. 3 for 38 so far. He's probably found the most amount of movement through the air. You've seen Archie Bailey get some zip off the surface and some movement. But Tom Price has been the one to find and extract any movement through the air. Bit of swing. Back into the right-handers. Just have an eye on tee now. Josh DeCary's get through these next few overs. Give himself the evening session to bat against that older ball. A little bit of movement, bit of shape through the air.
Single for DeCary's. Glamorgan are all out, 186 down at Hove. James Harris the last to go for 20. No addition to that score. Oh, there was, apologies. There was 2 scored by Leonard following his arrival in the middle. Yorkshire 107 for 4. All these matches heading to tea. The first day, they're all late for tea indeed. 3:40. Comes down to 3:10 in September with the earlier starts. So still 6.2 overs out from the interval here. Here's Price, 3 of the 5 to full.
It's a nice angle of attack around the wicket. Get the ball shaping away from left-handed Davis. Moving back up the slope, encourage the drive. There's a cover in place. There's plenty of gaps. Deep square leg, deep fine.
End of the over, 236 for 5.
Akhtar again then from the pavilion end. 12 overs so far. Without reward, but he's bowled well. First spell was a little bit loose, but since then he's been right on the money. He's found more comfort bowling from the pavilion end. Extracted more pace and bounce, movement off the surface. Bowled a brilliant little spell to Max Holden early on. He's got the right hand of Josh DeCary's.
Came back in a bit with the slope. A little bit of bounce as well. Again, looks like it came back in a little bit, but it didn't tuck him up. Zakari's plays it beautifully. Forcing off the back foot. Partnership ticks to 33, of which Zakari's has 16. Back to back from Zakari's. Moves to 20. I wish to put that pressure on his shoulders, but you have to say reminiscent of his father. Back foot punch. Not tempted by that one. A bit more in it, it felt, from Actor. Quite as short. Good end to the over from Actor. Responded well to being hit for the 2 boundaries. 2-4-4 for 5 is the score. So the partnership now worth 37. 5 overs to tee. Can these pair get Middlesex there? 5 down at tee. The rate they're going, 264 for 5 at tee. Certainly be thinking 350 and a third batting point, 4th. Be on their mind as well. They've got the run rate for it, but it's the wickets column they have to be wary of.
Tom Price starting the over around the wicket. It's a left-handed Davies. Just one slip in play. He's getting movement through the air.
Another one gets away. It's just going to pull up short. Well, take an all-run 3 to move Davies to 49. Too easy to get you, Thorpe.
He's bit him straight away.
Huh? No, I didn't. I was waiting to see who would.
Comes to 1-on-1. Comes to 3-on-3. That was a full-on bite, Thorpe. That wasn't a nibble. Comes to 5-on-5.
said earlier, the importance of the lead up to tee. Little spell that just could swing the game either way. So Carey's and Davies doing well to nullify the attack. Putting away the bad deliveries, but respecting the good balls.
Must always respect all balls. Coming to 1-on-1. Going to 3-on-3.
Partnership ticks to 41. Davies on strike on 49. Oh, top edges. Top edges for 4. Well, that was a shot that brought the downfall of Mark Stoneman earlier. He got underneath one. Looking to pull away in that fashion. The least convincing, the only unconvincing real shot of Davies' innings. 53 from 71. It's his 7th 4, and he thumped that 6 down the ground as well. Brings Middlesex their first bonus point of the match, first batting point. Almost a carbon copy of the ball that did for Stoneman. Also off price. End of the over. 252 for 5.
Yeah, well batted. Check Davies. Back-to-back half centuries, backing up the 61 made against Yorkshire up at Headingley. 5th first class 50 for the left-handed Davies. We'll just sneak through for a single. Misfield. Allows Joshua Carey's to get off strike. Bring Davies back on. Yeah, 5th first class 50. High score 68 in first class cricket. He's got an opportunity to bat long for Middlesex.
Well, there's a ball to face. Just after you've brought up your 50. Actor's incredibly unlucky not to be in amongst the wickets yet. Bowled some beauts today. Bunched them well. There's another perler. Down the slope to Davies. .4 overs to tea. Just approaching the point where these two will start to get their head down for the interval now. You'd have thought we saw a glimpse of Luke Holman on the balcony there a moment, padded up, ready to come in next. Both Davies and Carey's next need to get through to tea for their teammate as much as anything. Yeah, 139 for 6. Nicely done, Dan. Very, very good. Very good. What, Thorpe?
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. No, not that. My Collingwood, that's it now.
End of the act are over. Just the one from it. Jack Davis taking a look at the wagon wheel where he scored his runs. Again, very strong of the wicket, as most wicket keepers are. Back foot cuts, front foot drives, and that towering six straight back down the ground.
It did occur to me that it's somewhat illustrative of the length that Gloucestershire have bowled. We've seen a lot of cuts from De Carey's of late, haven't we? Punches off the back foot. And that one scoring shot down the ground from De Carey's, and that was that pickup straight back over the head of Zafar. Solid from De Carey's on the front foot. Is that illustrative of the lengths that Gloucestershire have bowled, or indeed just the shots that Middlesex are prepared to engage? We did see them go very full and straight to Higgins early in his innings. Holden got a couple of nice drives down the ground. It's been a good surface here at Lord's. 5 wickets in it for Gloucestershire. Some outstanding batting by Middlesex on the first day, having been 0 for 1. We've seen some really good deliveries. Some really good wicket-taking balls. Still just about, from that perspective, feels in the balance though. Middlesex will really want something beginning with 4 by the end of this innings. No need not to be greedy from this position. Can they add another 147? Key period really is get through this final 2.5 overs to tea, and then how can they go after tea? Can Davis and De Carey's get in and set it up for the evening? There'll be the second new ball available for Gloucestershire.
Yeah, and you think this pitch will get better to bat on day 2, as is often the case. There's plenty in it for the bowlers at the moment. Tinge of green, but I think it would get a little bit better on day 2, then maybe see a little bit more turn day 3 and 4. Uneven bounce. So if Middlesex can post a big first innings score, it's important that they do reach a target where they feel like they've got plenty to bowl at. Then let that bowling attack of Toby Rowland-Jones, who's in wonderful form, with ball in hand, Tom Helm, Henry Brooks, the seam attack and the 2 spin options of Holman and De Carey's.
It really feels like a Rowland-Jones wicket, this one. Think of that Robson dismissal, first ball, but there's been bounce in it. Helm and Brooks undoubtedly will want to get their teeth into this wicket as well. Higgins the 4th seamer, but De Carey's on the left there, and Holman on the balcony, set to play a big part as well. Wrist spinner and finger spinner. And this man's got his work cut out as well. 53 to his name. How deep into this innings will he go? And he'll have the gloves on to all of the above. All of the aforementioned, I should say. That's Price into the attack. Ollie Price. OJ Price. Not nicknamed Juice, sadly. Who wants me to go there again? Anyone seen Trading Places? The price of OJ. That was the plot to Trading Places.
You'll have to get the scoreboard that is down the bottom.
There it is down the bottom. Price of OJ's currently 0 for 1. And also the plot of Trading Places, which apparently nobody under the age of 45 has seen.
Oh, yeah.
Just been reminded I'm not under the age of 45.
89% on Rotten Tomatoes. Trading Places, which I'd say is...
Please tell me you've seen it. It's an Eddie Murphy and Dan Aykroyd classic.
Can't say I have, unfortunately. But I do like Eddie Murphy, so we'll dabble. It could be my evening watch, yeah.
It may be a Christmas movie as well. I think it works any time of the year, but yeah, it's the comedy of, it's the Die Hard of comedies. Is it a Christmas movie or not?
The one I can't get on board with is director Danny having not seen Elf.
If there's a rain-affected session in this match, that we lock him in a box somewhere and make him watch Elf. He may be looking for... Maybe looking for Penny the therapy dog afterwards, but...
What?
My memory, mate.
Should we say Yorkshire lost for fifth? Who's it, Wharton?
End of the over here, 255 for 5. Yorkshire have lost a fifth. They are 1-2-2 for 5. Tattersall has 35. Hill has 1. Wharton gone for 41. They lead by 24.
And Sussex just beginning their innings as well. Just faced the one over. Having bowled Glamorgan out for 186. So all eyes on the important second innings for both these teams. Yorkshire currently leading by 24 with 5 wickets in hand. So you think they'll get themselves into a commanding position going into the third innings. There'll be a change of ends for Zafagawa. Wondered how he might get on from the nursery. Didn't have too much success from the pavilion end. Holden and Davies played him really well. He's going to turn his arm from the nursery end. The slope will be going away from the right hander now, so assisting the orthodox spin from the left armour. Nearly time for cake and coffee.
Tigueres goes right back to that one. So he's bowling with the slope now to a right-hander, which is a moment to really take note for Tigueres and for Holman, who will not have to bat before tea now. With the wickets fall, they'll all be off. It's gloomed over a little bit again. Flight. The single out to deep point brings up the 50 partnership. 24 for Tigueres, 26 for Davies, 85 balls.
Thumbs up from Jack Davies. Happy with the job that these two have done so far.
Definitely an innings though where Middlesex will feel that they should have one big partnership that takes control of the innings, and potentially then from this position, if they still have one to come, it will give Middlesex the chance to take control of the match. most optimistic of Middlesex fans this morning, I'm sure, wouldn't have dreamt that this would be a good toss to lose. Cloudy skies.
It's good toss to lose. Are you still feeling that way at 0 for 1? No. Funnily enough, no.
And that is tea on day one. 2:58 for 5. Still a lot of work to do for Middlesex, I think, for their aspirations in this match and for the season, especially with events elsewhere. But Jack Davies with 55 from 80 deliveries and Josh DeCary's 25 from 50. Steadying things again. 16 overs to a second new ball becoming available for Gloucestershire. That'll be a pinch point. But for the time being, Middlesex will walk off at tea. Pretty happy on 2:58. For 5, they'll know there's plenty more to do if they want to try and boss this game from the top down. Join us back on the stream, just under 20 minutes, the live enhanced stream from here at Lords, from Middlesex, and in association with Dafabet. Well, good evening, everybody, and welcome back to Lords, where we're about to get underway the third session of the opening day. Middlesex 258 for 5. Davies with 55, De Carey's 25. And a good recovery from the hosts, having been 0 for 1 when they lost Sam Robson. First ball of the match. Only player not to reach double figures in this innings. Jack Davies has 55. Josh De Carey's 25. Luke Holman, Toby Rowland-Jones, Tom Helm and Henry Brooks to come. But 42 for Stoneman and 77 the top score so far. Max Holden, that's steadied matters at the top. 24 for Leas Deploy, 20 for Ryan Higgins. Here's Price to get us going after tea. Full bunger. Hit back by De Carey. He'll feel he's missed out a little bit, but first ball after the interval, you have to get your eye back in again. Long on in place and a deep mid-wicket for the right-handed De Carey's. And a squirt backward of points to get him going after the interval. Oh, and a step over from the fielder as well. Of course, it was the youngster Bailey. Over-enthusiasm. 259 for 5 at the first run after tea. Wasn't a costly error off Price's bowling, fortunately. Here's who Price really wants to be bowling to. Left-handed Davies with the slope from the pavilion end. That's roughly the spot that he'll want to stay. Slip in place, and then slip, giving you a little feeling that, yep, looks as though it was straightening. Cover point and deep square back. And extra cover doing the fielding. Just a single off the first ball after tea. So 259 for 5. I'm Kevin Hand, Dom Ford's alongside me here at Lords with the live enhanced stream from Middlesex in association with Dapperbet. And Middlesex be happy with the day so far, but it feels like this is a crucial session. Whoever wins this session will feel as though they can perhaps start to get a grip on the game.
Yeah, they will. It's set up nicely for Davies and De Carey's. They did very well just to get through to the tea interval. Davies passing his 5th first-class half-century, batted very positively. But yeah, going into this evening session now, game finally in the balance in this first innings. Middlesex being asked to bat this morning, but the clouds look like they're lifting. We've got brighter skies coming in, so it could be a good evening to bat. And how will this ball react? 15 overs to go until the new ball becomes available. We've seen a little bit of movement, nothing too drastic, but Price getting a little bit through the air. Wonder if there might be some reverse in this final 15 overs at all before the second new ball becomes available, but Middlesex would definitely have an eye on what's going on around the grounds as well. Yorkshire and Sussex.
Edged and put down. Wide slip in place. De Carey's given a lifeline. They're going to come back for 3. De Carey's on to 29. How much will Gloucestershire come to rue this? Just after tea. No. Saw it all the way, no doubt. His catch, only slip fielder in place. Comfortable enough. But the chance goes a begging. 262 for 5. Bailey so close to his first class wicket. Indeed, he got the edge of Holden with his first ball, didn't he? And a drop catch, potentially followed by a boundary. To the lowest point of the ground it goes. And Burren giving chase. Taking a couple.
Yeah, disappointing drop. That would have been the perfect start to this session for Gloucestershire. De Carey's with a second life had that LBW, very close LBW shout early on in his innings against Singdale, which they were pleading for the umpire to give.
Nicely run by Davies. As close as we've come all day to seeing the sun. Will it break through? There's a slither of blue in the distance. There's a patch of it just over the back of Old Father Time. Sun immediately above the pavilion at the moment as we look across from the nursery end. Shadows starting to stretch from the players, from the sun, not from the floodlights that have been on all day. Ooh, stretching for that. Davies, his eyes would have lit up with the ball out of the hand there, thinking this has got to go. It's very nearly sunshine at Lord's. See the glint off the helmet. Jack Davies. Middlesex wouldn't mind this to be the way for the rest of the evening. Bit of sunshine, 2 set batters. Bowling attack just beginning to tire in the evening. Holds the ball in hand at the moment. Just spraying it a little bit in this over, Bailey. 5 off it. 2-6-4 for 5.
Yeah, it could have been very successful over that for Archie Bailey. Unlucky. Disappointment. The fielder was there in that second slip area, the only slip in play, and De Carey's driving. Can you replay that one again, mate, if you got it? The drop.
It was the second ball of the over, wasn't it?
Yeah, De Carey's driving outside the off stump. Definitely carried, pushing at it. Right in the breadbasket and out. Disappointment for Gloucestershire, but another life for Josh De Carey's. He'll look to cash in on that. He's moved on to 29. Thanks, mate. Be Zaffa from the pavilion end.
A little bit of drift there for Zaffa from around the wicket. Bowling against the slope again.
Quite addictive.
Hopefully that wasn't Holly in the pavilion end. Distracting De Carey's as he was about to bowl. Another camera crew for the stream team here at Lord's, Holly. Enjoying a day out in the pavilion. Hayley, my apologies. Cut into the covers, quick single. And the sun's out at last.
Get the floodlights off.
Well, Middlesex will hope it's a full 4 days like this. That's all Gloucestershire. It's a game to be won for them, but Middlesex thinking of the promotion race at the moment. The last home game of the season, they'll want to sign off with a win at Lord's. And the rate things are going at Grace Road, they'll feel they need to as well. Wow, that's come back up the slope considerably, which Middlesex won't mind seeing. A little bit of movement there, all right, off the surface. Carey's at the other end. Holman on the balcony. They'll all have enjoyed seeing that. Use of the feet from Davies in response. Smothers the drive down to long on.
Yeah, good use of the feet that from Davies to rotate the strike. Davies has looked to be positive against the spin of Zafagoa. De Carey's just dead batting and rotating the strike. But these two building a good partnership. Partnership of 59 between these two young batters. Jack Davies just 24, Josh De Carey's 22, and Archie Bailey 19 years old. He's running into his 14th over now, Bailey. It's always a interesting insight to see the fitness, stamina of a young fast bowler playing his first class debut today for Gloucestershire. He ran in with a lot of speed, great rhythm this morning. Was throwing the ball in the first few overs of the game. Can he drag that out into the evening session, come in with the same enthusiasm? Good start to left-handed Davies. Wicket, another wicket. The 16th wicket of the day has fallen at Leicestershire. George Hill has been dismissed for 12, bowled by Chris Wright. Yorkshire 142 for 6, with a lead of 44 now. 4 wickets intact. Incredible 16 wickets falling. On the opening day, Leicestershire skittled in the morning session for 98. Yorkshire responding. Elsewhere, top of the table, Sussex are 35 for none in response to Glamorgan's 186. So 2 games that we're going to keep a very close eye on over the 4 days in the race for promotion back to Division 1 and the race for the trophy, of course.
Short. And goes the distance. Second 6 of the innings for Davies. He's into the 60s. Middlesex into the groove. This evening session of the first day.
What a shot from Davies. He's looked brilliant today. Straight away, as soon as he came to the crease. Crunching drives. He's been very, very dominant off his legs. First 6 straight down the ground, back over the spinner's head, and that's the second planted into the leg side. Short boundary, but he's cleared the ropes with ease. Moves on to 64, does the wicket-keeper batter.
And he's gone again. Got all of it this time. Just a single. Down to deep square. 273 for 5. I think all of us thought that was going to end up deep into the stands, but 273 for 5 it is, and Middlesex are just 27 runs away from the second batting point. Bonus points in play until the 110th over of the innings. 4 and over, Middlesex at that point will be nudging 450, but it's the wickets column that remains the danger to that. Maximum batting points, I think, would be an absolute dream in this match for Middlesex, but of course it's the win that's most important, especially with those events. I mean, that Yorkshire game at the rate it's going, it could be a 2-dayer. Viewership will be spiking in Yorkshire for this one if it is. Zaffa, that's his first ball push back, but you do feel if Middlesex can get up to 400, I'm feeling a a strong position in this match. We've gone bowler heavy. 2 spinners, 4 seamers. And Higgins against his former county. He'll be very keen to do well with the ball.
What's the viewership at then?
That's 17 total. So better than the North East game. About 800 average concurrent.
Cool.
Yeah, so a little bit below normal. I think it's fairly busy out there and it's quieter here this week
Yeah.
normally.
Nicely bowled.
More popular.
When it's what?
When it's quieter here, the stream's more popular.
Quieter here.
As in the stadium.
Yeah. Feeling looks a bit better this afternoon. Might have warmed up. Sun in the back.
4 on 4. Captain 5 on 5.
What's she doing tomorrow?
Not quite going to make it all the way. I'll come back for 3 though. 277 for 5. The partnership's worth 70 now. Scorebox. Looking pretty nice up there right now. There's Hayley up at the back. We found her. Where's Hayley?
That's not Hayley.
That is in pink at the back, isn't it?
Is it? She's not with any of her friends. No. Captain 5
Giving
on
up on
5.
Talking to somebody. Found somebody's ear to chew. Short, that's hooked. Nicely put away for a single. They've got 2 back there. They'll know that that's one of his strengths to carries.
He's going to come round the wicket. Archie Bailey to left-handed Davis. Davis on to 66. 2 runs away from equalling his highest first-class score.
Full bunger. Just a single. Bailey's got through a lot of energy today in his 15 overs. He looked exhausted from pretty much the opening over. Really sprints in. The Olympic flame was finally put out yesterday, wasn't it, in Paris after the Paralympics? Although at the end of the Olympics, the torch was taken to LA already, but the cauldron eventually extinguished at the end of the Paralympic Games yesterday evening. This man could have been sprinting in throughout any of the last couple of months. Sends that one down the leg side. He really does attack the crease. But he attacks the crease from the moment he leaves his run-up. That's what's so interesting to me. It looks exhausting.
Youthful energy for 19-year-old. But yeah, interesting to see how he goes in this evening session and across the 4 days. 15th over now for Bailey, and releasing that much energy as he does in this run-up and action. Can't be easy to maintain that. Going to need a bit of control here from Zafagawa. You'd expect maybe him to bowl through until that second new ball becomes available. One slip in play, all the fielders up inside the ring. Bar deep square. It's well fielded. Just to deny the single. Yeah, 11 overs, none for 40 so far. It's not looked too threatening in terms of turn, but he's not been able to dry up the end either and reduce the run rate. Definitely enjoying bowling to the right-handed Josh Carey's more than Jack Davis. Davis has been very positive, using his feet, driving through the offside, hitting back over the top. Maiden over. Zafagawa said he needed to bring a bit of control to the bowling attack, and he's done that with that maiden. His first maiden. The 12 over bowling spell so far. Middlesex 280 for 5, moving into a really strong position now. These two can keep going. There's been plenty of starts across the scoreboard. Mark Stoneman 42, Max Holden 77, Leas Deploy 24, Ryan Higgins 20. Jack Davies 67 not out. Josh Carey's 35. One of these two can go big. Really put Middlesex into a commanding position at the end of day one. Try and bat into day two. This looks like possibly the best time to bat throughout the day. Those clouds just dispersing, blue sky around, the light's pretty good. Not too much movement from the ball, whether in the air or off the surface. 9 overs to go until the second new ball. You just wonder if these two might try and take advantage of that. Up the run rate a little bit.
There's the answer. Dancing down Davies. waits on it next ball. Turns the single.
That single equals Jack Davies' highest first-class score of 68.
That's beautifully played. It's it away fine, sweetly connected. Another boundary. 78 now the partnership for this wicket. What's the highest part? This is the highest partnership of the innings, isn't it? Now the highest partnership of the innings, surpassing Stoneman and Holden. That's only just moved them past it, isn't it? Oh, no, maybe it was 71. Changed the field on the offside as a result of that reverse sweep. In fact, they've reinforced the onside, leaving a gap for a single. Six off the over. Middlesex maintaining that run rate of 4. Which again, if they can do that through to the innings, I think it's fair to say they'd hope to bat another 30 or so overs at least with the final 5 wickets. This partnership's going to be key to it. Holman, an outstanding bat to come, and Roland Jones. Then Brooks, you'll struggle to find a better number 11, I think, than Henry Brooks. But must always try and do it in the here and now, and the here and now is a very solid partnership here of 79. How much further can they go? That was the one note really throughout the innings so far. Lots of starts, solid partnerships, but they need somebody or a pair to go big. Times you come away at the end of a day's play, end of an innings, and you speak to a coach or a captain, they say all the starts, all the partnerships. Nobody kept going. That's how you take control of a match. And again, these two haven't been opening bats in their time. Both for Middlesex and the other teams they've represented. England under-19s for Davies. Leeds Bradford Uni for De Carey's. I'm sure there'll be part of them that will be thinking, come on, get me to the new ball, let me have a go at it, let me have a look at it. Can't imagine that Gloucestershire would think for a moment about delaying the new ball tonight. Maybe. It depends on where this partnership is by then. Maybe they'll think about 8 overs of the new ball tonight and keep it relatively fresh for the morning. It is a kookaburra, of course. And we are told that it is very much the opening stages of the kookaburra ball that's crucial to fielding team. They got a wicket with the first ball of this innings, first ball of the match. They've only taken 4 since in the next 72.5 overs, 286 for 5. could be over today. All of a sudden they're thinking about a batting point.
Oliver Price continuing from the nursery end with his off spin.
It's popped a little bit. And all the little things that happen at the moment with the ball. Saw that one turn big up the slope for Zafar earlier. A little bit of bounce with the finger spinner. Price. Middlesex won't mind any of that. Got runs on the ball and they'll know on the board, and they'll know, can they go big here, get up to 400, maybe even 450. They'll feel very much in the game. That's nicely steered. Just turned around the corner by Davies. Slip and a slide from the fielder. He gets his throw in just about. Got the ball in the air quickly. Davies on 70.
Sets a new highest first class score for Jack Davies, beating his previous best of 68. Davies has a highest List A score of 70 as well. Highest T20 score of 53. A little flatter. That one to finish the over. 2 from it. 288 for 5. 74 overs gone. I think it's likely we'll see Gloucestershire. Looking at the scores elsewhere. Likely we'll see Gloucestershire take that second new ball when it comes available, I think. Speaking of the scores elsewhere, Northamptonshire 219 all out. Derbyshire currently 22 for 1 in response. Couple of wickets for Martin Anderson there.
That gets through. We've seen that shot a couple of times now from De Carey's. Will get a couple.
Yorkshire 171 for 6 now. Jonathan Tattersall 51 not out. 171 for 6 with a lead of 73. So Yorkshire moving into a very strong position at Grace Road. And Sussex 51 for no loss in response to Glamorgan's 186. That's just played into the leg side for a single. Yeah, so Sussex and Yorkshire, the two games that have most impact on how Middlesex are doing. Both Sussex and Yorkshire favourites at the moment. Just adds that extra bit of pressure on Middlesex getting a positive result throughout this game.
Oh, Davies going for the reverse. Now, what did that take? It loops up in the air for a while. He looks at his forearm and then shakes it off. Ow. Nearly the right elbow.
Mid-off is back most of the way towards the boundary for Jack Davies. We saw him hit at 6 straight over Zafar's head earlier on. He's offering the single to Davies. Wonder if he might just bring that fielder up, encourage that shot with a few balls to go until the second new cherry becomes available. Gloucestershire can just sneak one of these two out, have a new batter to go at when that new ball becomes available. They'll be just plodding along for now. 3 from the over. It's Partnership's building really nicely. Middlesex 291 for 5.
Long on back for De Carey's, I think. That really is just to get Jack Davies on strike. Offer De Carey's that single. The off-break bowler have a bit of a go at the left-hander again. It's right in behind that. Quicker ball. I felt they rushed him slightly on it, but Davies, we've seen it big at the moment. Again, Middlesex will be dreaming big at this stage of the game. How far can they go? These two get you to the 300. Then with 5 wickets standing, you really are thinking minimum 400 with your last 5 wickets. Especially the calibre of the final 4 to come. That's loose and down the leg side and punished. Davies on to 74. Middlesex 4 runs shy of a 3rd bonus point. All so crucial at this stage of the season. Relegated last year, Middlesex. They've been promoted 2 years ago. Desperate to get back up, of course. And as such, it's in their hands because they've entered this match a point ahead of Yorkshire, as well as Yorkshire are going in their game. Bonus points with the bat are still a fair way away for Yorkshire. And Middlesex rack them up here and go well with the ball as well. 297 for 5. The partnership's worth 90.
Spin to continue in for Gloucestershire. Over rate is currently at -4. So I want to just bring that back a little bit. Having the spinners on for the next few overs should help with the over rate. But Gloucestershire in need of a wicket now. De Carey's set 44. Jack Davies looking brilliant on 75.
Use the feet again from Davies. As much as Zaffa would like to be turning the ball away from the bat of De Carey's, you don't mind too much having a little go at Davies, just trying to get one slide on past the edge with the slope. Having ragged one back in earlier. Back around the wicket for the right-hander. And another single. That's all Middlesex really need to do. Keep ticking. 4 and over, 4 singles. Feel pretty well spread. They'll be on for their 450. Feel this partnership really is the key, though, to getting it done. Slammed into the offside, but that's well fielded at cover by Bancroft. He was the man that shelled the chance just after tea. De Carey's edging young Bailey to slip. A bit of bite in that. High up the inside edge of the bat. And that's a nice way to bring up the 300. 303 for 5, Middlesex. 3rd batting point. Second, my apologies. Old habits die hard. 303 from 462 deliveries, 315 minutes. Very good recovery from 0 for 1.
Beautiful shot again from Davies. Wonderful batting, really snapping his wrists through that one. Racing to the boundary, Davies onto 80. Middlesex onto 303. It's turning into a good day for the hosts after being asked to bat, being 0 for 1 first ball of the game.
Nice shot off the back foot.
Long off. Archie Bailey board up for the last delivery of this over.
Through. Square leg that goes for 4 more. Partnerships 101 for 173 deliveries, which Davies has 55. Carries has 46. 308 for 5 Middlesex, and looking in a good position here. 2 overs shy. The second new ball becoming available. 18 overs left on day 1. They were 0 for 1 when put in this morning, and at that point the wickets tumbling elsewhere as well for their promotion rivals. It was pretty nervy. Even at 207 for 5, things were wobbling slightly for Middlesex, but these two have done an outstanding job. Be very keen in a Kookaburra game to go big. It's a similar moment in that innings at Yorkshire lasts up for Yorkshire at Headingley. So that drops short, and De Carey's may have his 50. He does. Excellent innings from 91 deliveries. Raises his bat to the ground. 5 fours for De Carey's. Still only 22 years of age. Forget quite how young he is. Slams that one away into the onside. Scored that 80 here a couple of years back. And he broke through. Scored the century against Yorkshire, but this only his third first class 50 in 31 innings. He's probably done better than that, but batting down the order as he does now, having been an opener previously, batting down the order, there have been a number of occasions where it's been cameos for De Carey's. Average of 22. And left stranded with the lower order. This is a mighty opportunity for him now, though. Second new ball available in an over's time. 2 well set batters, accustomed to facing a new ball.
Check your copy on the last tweet. Coming to 2 on 2.
Full face of the bat meeting that one from De Carey's end of the over. 3-12 for 5. De Carey's calling for something from the balcony. Maybe a drink. Similarly Davies as well. 1 over to go until the new ball becomes available. The second new ball. Again, not necessarily going to be taken straight away by Gloucestershire with a thought on tomorrow morning. 2 set batters at the moment. Maybe they'll hold back with a couple of decent spinners in the attack as well.
De Carey's backing up. Had a 151 not out. Scored against Zimbabwe 18 last week in the second 11. Both he and Davies have looked like they're on a mission today since getting to the crease. De Carey's had a couple of lives, a very close LBW shout, and was dropped at second slip just after the tea interval, but he's cashing in, making the most of those opportunities. Got plenty of time to keep going. This partnership now over the 3 figures mark.
Made his debut against Gloucestershire at Cheltenham College. Josh De Carey's. Scored 5 in the first innings, LBW to Taylor. Leg stump half volley if memory serves. That he missed, and then he was caught Phillips. Bowled Worrell for 4 in the second. No David Payne in that match. He was called up to play for that England C side, basically, that took on Pakistan and won that series. COVID has hit the first choice squad and the second choice squad. End of the 80th over here, 3:15 for 5, and all eyes on what they do with regards to the second new ball. Running out the drinks, I think, is Robbie White and the towel, and it was White who kept wicket in that match for Middlesex because John Simpson was also called up to play for England alongside David Payne in that one-day series against Pakistan. A decent start for De Carey's. He then got 80 here. I think he was run out on 80 by a brilliant throw by none other than Nottinghamshire's bomber Luke Fletcher with a stunning throw, having been called through by Stoneman. So new ball signalled, and it's going to be Singdale to bowl it. This be a gamble for Gloucestershire? You couldn't call it a gamble at the moment. Their attack's too good, but if it doesn't come off this evening against these 2 set batters, will they be left to rue, throwing all 16 overs of this Kookaburra ball to the first evening against set batters with a tired attack? Big week ahead of them. Exerted a lot of energy already in that victory against Somerset in the Blast in the quarter-final. They're off to finals day, travelling on Friday from here. Two slips and a gully for Singdale to the left-handed Davies. His right arm over the wicket to the left-hander. There's a deep backward point, run saving as well. Protective measure there. Cover mid-off, mid-on, deep square and long leg. First ball with the second new ball. That darts away down the slope. Good pace, a little bit of seam movement off the surface. There you go. Do you see that, Josh? Just went that way.
Nice dissolve.
Yeah, positives from both sides. New ball can bring Gloucestershire a bit of success. I'll hope for a little bit more movement. But also, the ball can race off the bat even quicker.
Just like that. The cover got a fingertip to it, but Davies was certainly not going full-blooded at the drive. Just watchful. Against that second new ball, they do need to play themselves in against this ball now. It'll do a fair bit. In contrast to what they've been facing for the last 108 runs that this partnership is now worth. And again, they've got a cross and a little bit of movement off the surface, it seems. Umpire's coming down to check the track. On the track, mate. Just having a look at the follow-through of Singdale. I think he did have a look earlier. The danger zone. You been to the danger zone recently, Dom? Come on, name that classic 80s song. Top Gun theme tune, wasn't it?
It's probably not easy for the fast bowler to get off the track when that slope, quite dramatic slope, is just from the pavilion ends, just naturally pushing you as a fast bowler on your follow through down the slope, which means you're staying on the wicket. It's not easy to then try and peel yourself off in that follow through.
Fortunately for you, that was an afterthought from me. If I was in the moment, otherwise I'd have gone. Oh, where's that gone? Wide, a second slip. Turn into the arm side. The edge flies. Wide of second. Davies is into the 90s. He was nearly headed back to the pavilion. End of the 81st over. Davies survives. 319 for 5.
You could say that Gloucester really could have had a third slip in play first over with the second new cherry. Got to give yourself every opportunity of getting a wicket, and that would have gone to third slip. But a life for Jack Davies, and that's the first moment I can think in this innings that he's been given that bit of luck. He's looked so assured at the crease. 91 not out now from 133. He's come out from ball one with a lot of purpose. He's been very busy at the crease, found the boundary well. A couple of sixes. 11 fours, striking at just shy of 69. It's been a really good innings so far, and he's 9 away from a maiden first-class century.
Oh, now that flies over second. Carey's moves to 54. Big smile. And rightly so. Ollie Rayner might have had a chance at that. But then you'll tell me you're too young to know who Ollie Rayner is. Evening Rains, if you tuned in, you'd have plucked that out of thin air. Chopped away beautifully in front of point. If the last was streaky, that was emphatic from the Careys. He's on to 58, back-to-back boundaries. Middlesex tick along, 3-2-7 for 5. This was the danger, taking the second new ball this evening, so early this evening as well, especially being a Kookaburra. Doesn't happen in the first 10-15 overs tonight, then all heaped on the first couple of overs tomorrow morning. Solid defence.
Yeah, my grandpa was actually very good friends with Ollie Rayner's grandparents. Random fact of the day.
Beautiful.
Get it in the show reel.
Oh, he's chopped down onto that. Gets away with it. It's happening out there with the second new ball. Gloucestershire needs it to happen quickly, though. Middlesex have decent runs on the board here. Look at that.
Great stop.
Go off the. So look, yeah. That's gone off the surface a lot, hasn't it? So the slope. We'll have a look again after this ball if there's nothing else. Oh, that's gone also. Way down the slope, and look at where he's playing that, and it's still beating the outside edge. 3-2-7 for 5. Here's the last ball of the over. Off down the slope it goes. Can we have a look at the other? The ball before was the bottom edge from De Carey's looking to cut. Just chop down onto the ball, but look for the movement off the surface here. Just moving away again with the slope, and that movement Middlesex will be enthused by this first evening. I hope that remains. Bit of grass left on out there. Home side wanting to end the season at home with a victory. 2 away games to finish.
Two very good bits of keeping there as well from James Bracey. 4 catches in the match in this first innings on day 1 for Bracey. Very good with the gloves. Yeah, the second new ball already just spicing things up a little bit. Runs coming off the bat. De Carey's flashing at one just over the slips. Chopping one close to the stumps. There's now 3 slips in play for the bowling of Singdale.
Good pace, good carry. Different game with the second new ball in hand, but how long does the Kookaburra remain effective on this? We haven't really seen a reverse swing. It's probably been the most I've seen a Kookaburra ball do this season indeed, but there hasn't been much in it. Off the Lord's slope, they're getting a little bit with the grass that's left on. Now that's edged, and that has gone. Davies falls for 91. Brilliant innings from the Middlesex wicketkeeper, settling things from 207 for 5, but 327 for 6. He falls to the second new ball, driving at a ball that just perhaps wasn't there. Again, there's just a little bit off the surface with a little bit of grass that's been left on. Just nips away from him. Good take by Bracey, fellow glovesman. Excellent take. Took it right out of the hands of Charlesworth at slip. be disappointed. 9 shy of what would have been a highly deserved maiden century for Davies. Perhaps the 90s got to him. Looking for a run. Looking for a shot that wasn't there. Applauded by the pavilion at Lord's. May not be a century, but it's a very crucial innings. Middlesex 327 for 6.
Yeah, well batted. Jack Davis, real disappointment. 9 runs away from a maiden first-class century, but looked really good in the middle, and he's put his team into a commanding position. Just driving at that ball. That's what the new ball can do. Just that little bit of extra movement, bit of extra zip, bit of bounce. Finds the edge. And just mentioned James Bracey's talents with the gloves, and that's his 5th catch. A fifer for the wicket keeper. His 45th catch of the season in red ball cricket.
Again, that's illustrative of the lengths, really, isn't it? That there is that movement. Who is it? Anna? Anna Forsyth? 327 for 6. 4 slips in place. Luke Holman, the new batter. Game can change in a flash, can't it? 327 for 5, and Middlesex would have been thinking minimum 400. Now all of a sudden 6 down and 73 runs to get to 400 and a 4th batting point. I thought the 350 would be safe, but Singdale have other ideas, so will Gloucestershire. Good leave by Holman.
Yeah, more bowled again from Singdale. He's bowled with good pace today. Got some movement, started things off brilliantly with that wicket of Sam Robson, first ball of the game. That one jagging back dramatically through the opener's defences. He's picked up his 3rd wicket now. That dismissal of Davis. 22nd wicket in Division 2 for the pacer, and he'll want to wrap up this tail.
What a ball that is. Peach of a delivery. Let's watch the movement on this. Was there a bit through the air? No, off the surface. Just goes away and then swings on. It's beating the bat. It's good line and length from Singdale. And a little bit of chat in the middle about what it's been doing so far, Luke. And what it's doing now with the 2nd new ball over to the Careys. He's survived a couple of hard-in-mouth moments. One an edge put down at slip and another that flew over 2nd. Apparently Anna Forsyth has liked my Ollie Rayner nod in the chat on YouTube. Evening to you, Anna. Hope you're well. That's a Jaffa, right on a length from Price, angling in, bang. Ooh. With the slope, it leaves the right-hander. It's unplayable. But again, Middlesex will not mind seeing that. 327 for 6 all of a sudden feels a much better score after a delivery like that, and indeed the one that ended the last over for Singdale. And again, De Careys managed to get into behind this one. 3 for 55. Price could have been a lot better for him. Couple of edges falling just short today. One shelled. Another just over 2nd slip a moment ago. Gloucestershire will look at this innings and the 207 for 5 moment and think that was really their chance to get at Middlesex. How much will they be punished though? Both with the ball and the bat. Over to De Careys. Said that he had a few cameos last year down the order. short of partners, coming in even as low as 8 at times. Coming in at 7 in this one. Holman, he's got a batter he can full well trust at the other end, and so too the skipper to come, Roland Jones. So he's got to stick at it tonight, but it's not going to be easy. Flies off a thick edge. Wide shot, please, mate. The light is ever dipping here, it has to be said as well. Look at the chandeliers in the pavilion, and there's a couple of lights in the middle balcony. Must be the top of the long room there, the chandelier shining through. One in the hallway to the left where the sight screen was split. All of those indicators. But it's just a little gloomy at the moment. There's a heavier cloud rolled across in front of the sun. There's a few more on its way. Might be some brighter stuff behind it, we'll see. But the conditions are there at the moment for the ball to do something. Just start to see the floodlights taking their effect with the shadows around the players. There's 4 shadows for each player at the moment. That's when the umpires will start to think about artificial light overtaking the natural. Top ball to in the over. Holman gets in behind that. 84 bowls. 328 for 6. We've got 12 overs remaining today. It's just that funny light where it feels almost as though it could rain. There's so much brightness around, but particularly right at the moment it's very dark overhead, and you often think the shower could be deposited. There you can see the light in the dark behind the floodlights. What will we get for the rest of the evening? If it's that dark stuff, then it'd suggest the end is nigh. If some of that brighter stuff could blow in with the wind, which is coming from over the back of the Warner stands, then just maybe we'll have a good hour to go still this evening, or 12 overs anyway. Need those clouds to move on pretty quickly though, because it's gloomy at present. Nearly cuts him in half. Striking a midship and hurting by the looks of it. Ouch. I think he's got away with it. Not the absolute worst place for Josh de Carys to be struck. Seemed to regather himself quite quickly.
Yeah, I feel this is an opportunity now, Gloucester. That light just dimming a little. This new ball, 4 overs old. They've already got 1 wicket since taking the new cherry out of Jack Davis. If they can sneak, Josh de Carey's out now as well. Try and end day 1. 7, 8 wickets. I feel this is pretty even.
Get through for a bye. The umpire, just raises an arm, which means a test for Holman again with that ball sliding down the slope.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Gloucestershire go when they bat on this pitch as well. It's looked like there's been enough in it for the bowlers, a bit of seam movement with that little bit of grass that's been left on, but it's a good pitch for batting as well, so Middlesex will want to try and get as close to, and if they can, get above that 400 mark. Singdale just pushing that one across. Luke Holman, 4 slips in play, heavy offside field. With that ball going down the slope as well. Can he bring one back into the left-hander? There's a bit of swing out there. Push the left-hander across, push it across, and then if you can bring one back in, Jimmy Anderson style. Could cause some trouble for the left-handers.
Oh, there we go. Nearly gets through the gate. Surely you mean Tim Merter style? Open face about that from Holman, but edgy down to deep third. Off the mark, 7th ball. Into the over, he'll keep the strike. 11 to go today, light permitting. It is brightening up, actually. The good news is the wide shot there? I know you're busy, mate. Sorry. Those clouds that we were looking at above the floodlight, they are followed by a lot of lighter stuff, and it's all heading our way, so we look good for the next 11 overs.
Just a quick look around the grounds. Derbyshire 47 for 1 in response to Northants 219. But the two other important games, Sussex 97 without loss now in response to Glamorgan's 186. So Sussex looking good at Hove, and Yorkshire 196 for 7. So a lead of 98 now. 17 wickets have fallen at Grace Road today. Tucked nicely off the legs from Holman to bring to Carey's back on strike. Yeah, Yorkshire, that's probably the game to keep the closest eye on. 98 all out Leicestershire this morning. That last wicket falling on the stroke of lunch, and then Yorkshire 196. Jonathan Tattersall 62 not out. Don Bess has just been dismissed for 33. Yorkshire with that lead of 98, which you feel is a pretty good lead going into that third innings.
That'll feel good for Josh de Carey's. He's into the 60s. Lovely straight drive. Middlesex 3-3-5 for 6.
That is possibly Josh de Carey's best shot of the day. Just a punch. No follow through, just timing. And that is run away to the boundary. Straight. Back past the bowler. Singdale giving chase, but couldn't catch up with it. Lovely shot from Josh de Carey. 63. That drop is looking more and more costly.
Bit of bounce on that. De Carey's taking the bottom hand off. Picks up the single though. And the sun is out at Lords, I think, for the first time today. Note it down, folks. 5:15. The first sighting of the sun on September 9th. Feels like summer again. What a lovely sight, but you know it's late season when those turrets are stretching towards the square here at Lords. Flag mast creeping ever towards the centre. Oh, a little dabble. Just followed it slightly for a moment, Holman.
Price just pushing that one across Holman. Price is the one that stands a better chance of being able to bring it back into the left-hander. He's got the slope on his side. He's found a little bit of movement through the air. It's difficult for Singdale at the other end with that slope going away from the left-hander, but Price, if he can get a bit of shape on the ball with the assistance from the slope, bring it back into Luke Holman. That's what he tried to do there, but just a little too straight. Allows Holman to keep the strike. And the single, Middlesex 337 for 6. 10 overs left in today's play.
Look at those scores elsewhere. All of them.
Yeah, I did too.
What was Yorkshire last time?
96 lead.
Yorkshire's lead has just gone to 101, 199 for 7. They're still 51 runs away from a batting point, though. Nicely played by Holman. Just push the ball around, take the singles. Go easy at it this evening now with under 10 overs to go. Come back in the morning, have a day of it. No rush for Holman and Middlesex. They are in a position where if they can get another partnership going, they can boss this match. Gloucestershire, a couple of bowlers down in Payne and Taylor. Middlesex have their full complement to pick from. 3 seamers, 4 with Higgins, 2 spinners out there together in the middle at the moment, Carey's and Holman. Oh, nips that back down the slope and gone. Well, you could see a lot of off stump, but how far forward did he get? Singdale moved that one down the slope first ball this morning to remove the top of middle and off. That one clattering into leg, according to umpire Baldwin. Yeah. Pretty good shout. You could see all of off, but he was pretty much pinned. So 338 for 7. Middlesex still 12 runs shy of the third batting point. Carey's disappointment, gone for 64. It's an excellent innings, but the new ball strikes again. And the set pair are gone. As the skipper will have to come down pavilion steps. Toby Rowland-Jones. You'll know the value of this next 12 runs, but equally another 62 runs could be very, very important for the season. 3 wickets to go, Helm and Brooks. But again, you always say this isn't the moment, this is the now. These are the pair that need to do it. Holman and Rowland-Jones. Get to the 350 and then see where it goes from there. Gloucestershire will be greedy though. They've got the 2 set batters with the second new ball. I imagine Rowland-Jones will play straight. You could think about countering at this point though. But Holman, very respected batter at 8. Rowland-Jones similarly at 9. He's got 4 slips behind him, the Middlesex captain. He's got Singdale with 4 for 63. 3 for Price. And again, no Payne or Taylor in this game as those two are rested ahead of finals day. Middlesex will hope the challenge that Gloucestershire have laid down with the ball will be something they can replicate, but they've got runs still to garner here first. Good first ball, line and length, forcing him to play.
Yeah, Singdale picking up his 4th wicket. With that, Josh de Carey's really well bowled. He was unlucky not to get him earlier on. A really close LBW shout from the other end, from the nursery end. It very easily could have been given, but got his man in the end. That drop catch and that close LBW did cost Gloucestershire 50 or so runs. Jones getting off strike. A little tuck off the legs for Roland Jones if you missed the news. Committing his future to the club for another season. Today announced that the Red Bull captain has activated an additional year on his contract, seeing him stay with Middlesex until the end of next season, which is big news for the club. He'll give his all to try and push Middlesex back up into Division 1.
That's lovely. Nips away down the slope. Well, he won't have minded seeing some of the bit of turn and bounce that the spinners have got. The non-strikers end. Roland Jones will not mind seeing that movement. Master of the pavilion end at Lord's, Roland Jones. He'll be looking to knock back a few off poles in this game. Been a fair bit in it today for the seamers out there. Middlesex will just hope that continues throughout. Nice single for Holman. He'll keep the strikes. End of the over. 340 for 7. They're nearly there for the third batting point. Still have to think that over now, because for however many years I've been doing this, it's been the fifth batting point. Or indeed the fourth, I should say. The fifth at 400.
Yeah, end of a successful over for Singdale. He's bowled really well today. Bowled with great pace, good energy. 4 for 65. Very respectable figures. He'll be searching for a 5 for 3 more Middlesex wickets to get. In general, Gloucestershire have bowled pretty well today. There's been moments where they've let Middlesex off the hook, but Tom Price and Singdale have been the best pick of the bunch.
Down the slope. It's going to make the fielder work. Work Bailey does. Taking 2. He's made the keeper work with a tumbling take as well. Trying to keep that ball up. That's excellent from Bracey. He didn't want to let it bounce. Trying to keep this Kookaburra ball as hard as possible for as long as possible. Really excellent. Alert keeping from Bracey. Oh, stretching out the hips in the background. Are they sports glasses? Looks like something out of Top Gun. Look at them.
It's a dangerous partnership, this for Gloucestershire. Holman and Roland Jones, they might just have an eye on trying to get through till tomorrow, but 2 very destructive batters when they get going.
Edged, safe. Down to the vacant deep third. It'll be a boundary that edges Middlesex towards that third batting point. But it was close. For what would have been fourth, maybe. No gully either. Holman's into double figures. Middlesex just a shot away from another batting point. On that one again. Holman was just determined to plunge forward and block that one out. always been seen as an all-rounder of some promise, Luke Holman. Not just a wrist spinner who can bat a bit. Takes his guard as Price is around the wicket. Played off the splice again. He's determined to get forward. He's determined to defend. Good seat. Holman's on 11. Roland Jones will have strike on 1. 8 overs remain of the first day. There was one a minute ago that swooped down right in front of us. Yeah. There was a swallow or something. It was really small, but it just went. It literally dive bombed in front of us. What? And then I saw it just. Yeah. That's something out of a movie.
Singdale then again. 18th over now for the pacer. Bowled really well. He's in search of a fifer. He's got the new man, Roland Jones, to go at.
Single will bring left-handed Holman back onto strike.
Just 24 years of age, Singdale. 1 first-class fifer to his name. Deserves a second here. Attacking fields from Gloucestershire, 4 slips.
Oh, little dabble from Holman. Middlesex holds in on at 7 down. Yorkshire have lost an 8th though, 2-10 for 8. Grace Road replying to Leicester's 98 all outs. Latest to go, Thompson. Caught Curry, bowled Scriven for 8. Still there, Tatsull on 69. Sussex meantime making a very good start. They're 108 without loss. 109 without loss in the 32nd over. That will be 350 up for Middlesex. Dismissed by Holman. Over pitch by Singdale, and left-hander gives it the treatment.
God, beautiful shot from Holman. Cracked through the offside. Over pitched. Stand and admire that one, Lukey. Beautiful shot to bring up the 350 and that third bonus point for Middlesex.
It would be interesting to see how things would fare now for Middlesex were another wicket to go. Would Holman or Roland Jones, whoever was left, start to open up for the 400? It feels like there's a wicket in it at the moment for Gloucestershire. There's enough in it with this second new ball, some seam movement. 2 relatively new batters to the crease. Holman only just about starting to get himself in now. 23 balls faced. Get into the 20s, feel a little bit more confident, but against a new ball, anything can happen. It's in its 9th over. There's still 7 overs to go after this. Singdale were to pick up his 5th, would they all of a sudden think Middlesex, right, better get a move on?
Yeah, there's the forecast of a few showers around tomorrow as well. So it could be a good day for the bowlers. If Middlesex can get as close to 400 or over that mark, and then have a good day of bowling at Gloucestershire tomorrow in friendly conditions. This pitch that's offering a bit for the seamers. Green tinge, cloudy overheads, a few showers around. Could be set up for Toby Roland Jones.
It's all teeing up for that last game of the season down at Hove. Sussex, if they can win this game against Glamorgan, they're looking in a very good position if they can win that one. Then you'd feel as though they're 1 foot in Division 1 for next year.
Who's just gone? That's all right.
They've just lost their first wicket though. Punched away off the back foot by Roland Jones. We'll get a couple here. Maybe in turn for the third. They do. It's a tired Singdale. He has to run all the way up the hill to the grandstand to collect the ball. Tom Haynes gone for 48 down at Hove. Callaway with the wicket, Ingram with the catch. Hughes still there on 57, the Australian. 110 for 1, they trail by just 76 runs. Beautiful ball. And not far from the 8th wicket here this evening. If it does fall, do Middlesex allow this to continue, or do they open up? You wonder, would counter be, well, I think undoubtedly if the 8th were to fall, counter would be the best option, but it is a very easy game from up here saying that. Nicely done by Holman. That's what they'll try to do in the meantime though, just dab the ball here and there. Bonus points in play for another 20 overs after this. And at 4 and over they'll sit just shy of the 450, so there'll be a chance to open up if still over there, but 20 overs a long way away. 6.5 to go tonight. Then you have to come out again and do it all again in the morning. Roland Jones is a man capable of scoring very, very quickly. Must be a leg bye for that one. Field has to switch again for the left-hander. Yeah, although there are separate local radio commentaries as well. Yeah, there's loads. They'll all do their own because they've got their own remit to cover their own counties. It's the same FA Cup final day. 5 Live will do it, but then Radio Manchester, Radio London will do it as well. I used to do a few of those back in the day for 5 Live. 90 overs done on day 1. 6 to go. 3-5-7 for 7. It's a score that Middlesex would have taken when they lost the toss this morning. It's absolutely a score they would have taken at 0 for 1 when Sam Robson was bowled by Singdale. He's done for the day. 4 for him. It's over to Actor, who's bowled really well. Done for 52 from 14. He's unlucky. He's deserved a wicket for the way he's bowled today. Can he get one before stumps? If he does, he might be able to get 1 or 2. for a single. It's a strike back to Roland Jones.
That should get clipped up on the county socials. Reckon the dog?
Just probably needs to clip a bit just in the mic.
Take it to the candy shop.
Is that what you're saying to your lunch?
Comes 2 on 2.
He would have liked to see that, Toby Roland Jones. I'll have some of that, you'll say. Is that Lord's Taverner's bat handle? Bat grip, I should say. Whether that's in association with his testimonial year that he's got. Flayed away in classic Roland Jones style. Lovely shot. Middlesex captain keeps his side ticking.
Yeah, classic Roland Jones. Always a positive player with bat in hand. He's not going to miss out on that. Short and wide from Actor. Roland Jones cutting away. 4 more runs for Middlesex.
Resist the temptation this time. To go on day one. Middlesex's day, no doubt about that. Judge it all once both sides are batted. As we've seen, there's been wickets around the country with the Kookaburra. Similarly, last week, Middlesex and Yorkshire playing out, or the last round playing out that draw, but there were wickets tumbling elsewhere. Goes again, one-handed this time as it nips away. But you do have to wait until both sides are batted to judge it all. But I think Roland Jones will have seen enough in this surface to think there's wickets to be had here for he and the seam attack. And that man he's nudged gloves with, the wrist spinner Luke Holman. First and foremost, runs to be had though. 91 bowls, 362 for 7.
Yeah, that's a very good score for Middlesex this. The highest score across the counties, across both divisions. Somerset reaching 317 all out against Surrey in Division 1, but apart from that, it's been a bowler's day. Oh, the score's 277, 223. So Middlesex here at 362 are looking in a very healthy position.
Flayed away once more, but only as far as cover fielder. We just had to finish that over. We think the umpires miscounted and then had to get back. 362 for 7.
I think all eyes will be on, of course, this day tomorrow, but that day 2 of Leicestershire versus Yorkshire as well. Yorkshire 229 for 8, so a lead of 131 now. Reminder that Leicestershire were bowled out for just 98, so extraordinary. 8 wickets falling on day 1 at Grace Road on a very, very green surface. But you'd think that could be done and dusted tomorrow, potentially. Yorkshire will go for it, those last couple of wickets, and then with that strong seam attack that they have, try and rattle Leicestershire out.
Edged into the ground along the floor. Holman moves into the 20s. Middlesex 366 for 7. Could well have that 4th batting point on the board tonight. All right, these two go. looking to leave. That could have raced away as well, or it could have flown to the slips, or it could have deflected on. A dot ball trickles away.
Northamptonshire Derbyshire day one is complete. Northampton all out for 219. Derbyshire finishing the day 65 for 1, trailing by 154. Four and a half overs remaining here at Lord's. It's been a really intriguing opening day. Middlesex will be the happier of the two sides for sure. 366 on the board after being asked to bat this morning in what looked like bowler-friendly conditions. They'll be happy with the position they're in.
He's dabbled it in and he's gone. Holman nicks through for 22. 33 balls, 34 in the end. And there goes the 8th wicket. I felt that it might come this evening once they got through the 2 set batters. Holman a decent little cameo. He's only just getting into a position where he'd have felt set. He's just followed the ball, just gone hard at it. And Price has a 4th wicket. Good line, good length. Just left him slightly, which drew that bat away from the body. Holman looks back for the confirmation that he knew that he'd nicked off. So 8 down. One more for maximum bowling points for Gloucestershire, who at 0 for 1 this morning would have felt very confident about sealing that. Middlesex 34 shy of another batting point. Helm walking down the pavilion steps. A fine bat. Does Roland Jones think to hold fire? Try and build the innings still and maybe even think of something beyond 400, or do they think about quick runs? Try and get there, try and get it done tonight, get to 400 rather than wait for the visitors to make their move.
Yeah, 4th wicket for Tom Price. Another one that's bowled very well today, and just a bit of movement, leaving the left-hander, and Holman just poking at it. Fine edge through, gives James Bracey yet another catch. 6 now. 6 catches for the keeper out of the 8 wickets to fall. He's been very tidy with the gloves today. Price picking up his 4th as well, 4 as well for Singh Dale, so they'll both be in hunt of a 5 wicket haul. How does Tom Helm play this? 5 overs to go.
They reject the single. Don't think it was there, but no point putting more yards into the old skipper's legs. Still got another year to go, Tom. Can't be running sharp singles. Leg side and high as well. Tall man Tom Helm, but 4 overs to go. Wicket of Holman, it started with an edge in the middle of the wicket. Gone for 22. Holman caught Bracey off the bowling of Price, so 4 for Price, 4 for 78. Over to Actor again at the pavilion end, and over to Toby Roland Jones on the right there. What does he think about? They'll have liked that. You can see they're discussing it. There's a bit in this surface. Pull out now and have an over at them tonight. Expected to be 2, wouldn't it? But they haven't started it yet. Yeah. No, I'm just joking about them 2 over the Natter saying, "Do you have a bowl?" Oh, we know Roland Jones won't shirk away from a challenge. That one's dropped short by Actor. There's a deep square set back. Once he's in, that one. Oh, that could have put old Father Time in danger. Bowl on that length to Roland Jones when he's got his eye in. I am so sure there was a dent there. 370 for 8. Well, it's a bit like, you know, the Cornwall. Well, it goes again. Roland Jones is not for waiting. 374 for 8. He'll know this could be over in 2 deliveries at the other end, with all due respect to Brooks and Helm, but Annie, last pair. When it's the last 2 wickets at the other end, just know it's 2 deliveries and it can all be over. 26 more runs for a 4th batting point, which could mean so much come the end of the season. The skipper will know that. The field spread slightly. Deep backward point. There's a mid-wicket in place now, as well as the deep square and the long leg. 2 slips. And a decent bit of bounce outside of the off-stump, but a comfortable leave. Did say that Middlesex could be at the 400 by stumps. To wait until both sides are batted, and of course day 2 can be the best day to bat, but it does feel, as hard as Middlesex have tried today, that this is a good score. 77 for Holden, 91 Davies, 64 to Careys. Hugely valuable 42 from Stoneman at the top. When they'd been 0 for 1, that partnership with Holden of 71 for the 2nd wicket, just steadying things from what could have been a perilous position. But even deploying Higgins, Gloucester have really had to bowl Middlesex out today. Can't think of many cheap wickets, but unfortunately for Roland Jones, an inside edge onto the stumps brings the 9th wicket for Gloucestershire. The skipper trying to usher his side towards that 400, aware that the end is nigh. 17 from 15 has moved them a little closer. He's tried to get that one away. Just seams back in and takes the inside edge. And Roland Jones has got to go. 26 runs for the 4th batting point. It was on the skipper's mind. He knew he needed to get it done, and he probably knew he needed to get it done himself. But over to Helm and Brooks. Can they see the job over the line for Middlesex? Could mean oh so much. Another batting bonus point. 374 for 9.
Deserved wicket for Akhtar. His first of the day. He's toiled away hard. Really good spell against Max Holden earlier on today. He's got his first, that Roland Jones. The game always moves quickly with Roland Jones at the crease. Loves finding the boundary. He found a few there before being castled inside edge onto the stumps, but again, more seam movement, which will encourage the Middlesex bowling attack, and especially these 2 at the crease now as well. Henry Brooks, the last man in. Not a bad player to have coming in at 11, that's for sure. First class 50 to his name. Scored against Sussex here at Lord's earlier on this season. What approach do they do? 3.1 overs remaining in the day's play. They just see this out, or have a swing, lads. Brooks looked in good form with the bat in that final 1-day 50 over game against Hampshire at Merchant Taylor's. Gave Middlesex an outside chance of victory there. Unfortunately ran out of partners, but found the boundary beautifully against a high quality bowling attack, including Carl Abbott.
Four slips in place. You got the wide shot. Don't worry. Slight change of field, forcing the delay. Well bowls, well played. That's right onto the off stump. There will not be 11 wickets at Lord's today. There's only 3 overs to go. So, well, unless Middlesex declared right now, I'd have an over at them. But Helm and Brooks will be thinking with these 3 overs. See ball, play ball, I guess. Let's take it as it comes at this point. Could block out for stumps and then come back and try and do the job in the morning. Maybe they will. Roland Jones tried to take it all on himself, the pressure, and try and get it done. Just 2 balls faced for Helm. This ball's only 13 overs old. Oh, it's well bowled. And it's well played by Helm as well. Angling that one back in towards off stump. Helm trapping the bat down it, and they'll get back for a very well run. 3 runs. It's Helm off the mark. Strike rate of 100 for Helm.
Day 1 is complete at Hove. It's very much Sussex's day, bowling out Glamorgan for 186. Sussex in response 121 for 1. So Daniel Hughes, Australian, 57 not out overnight.
Oh, it's a lovely ball. And that finishes it. And that's day 1. Done at Lord's. Middlesex all out for 377. Price has a 5 for 81. Helm left on 3 at the non-striker's end. Middlesex 23 runs shy of that 4th batting point. They'll be disappointed with that, but 0 for 1 to 377 all out. On a day where it's done a bit at Lord's, seam movement all day long, and seam movement there. Just beating Brooks on the back foot. Feathers 1 through. Lovely delivery, lovely line and length. There's the little deflection. And that is what Brooks and Helm and Roland Jones will come out in the morning and hope to find themselves. There was seam movement all day today. Not been much sunshine on this surface. They'll hope that grass that's been left on the Lord's track will not have burnt through at all. So the sun can quite happily go to bed for the night now. Thank you very much. And just glimpsed its way through this evening, but wait until both have batted. But I just get the feeling Middlesex really dug in today, got a bit between their teeth and tried to get this innings going, get something on the board. They've more than got something. 377 I feel like is a pretty decent score, but it'll be all about the start, and it'll be all about something doing what Taylor's done, picking up a 5 for 81. A 4 for as well for Singdale, who got Robson first ball. There's the tail of the tape. 91 Davies, 77 Holden, De Carey 64 and Stoneman 42. The 5, the 4 and the 1. Actor picking up Roland Jones, breaking the monopoly of Price. And Singdale picking up 9 between them. Should be a fascinating second day to come. Middlesex will be going hard at it with that ball, hoping to find the same kind of movements off the surface that Gloucestershire did. They'll feel pretty happy though, walking off on 377. Join us back in the morning. We'll start up with the day 1 highlights and the overnight interview as well. I'd imagine it'll be poor old Jack Davies. He's had a long season. To be out there with the gloves all day tomorrow, face the most amount of balls in this innings as well, but a fine 91. Not to be a maiden century for him, but it does mean that he gets to speak to Steve Fletcher tonight. We'll bring you that interview in the morning. Join us back for the stream. Tom Ford and myself, Kevin Hand, the rest of the stream team on the live enhanced stream here at Lord's. It's a very good night to you all, and thanks to our partners, Daffabet.